Good evening, everybody. I now call this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly to order. It's September 12th, 2023. It is 5:03 p.m. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Assemblymember Myers.
Here.
Assemblymember Martinez.
Present.
Assemblymember Rivera.
Present.
Assemblymember Bronga.
Here.
Assemblymember Johnson.
Here.
Chair Constant.
Here.
Vice Chair Zalatel.
Here.
Assemblymember Cross.
Here.
Assemblymember Volland.
Happy to be here.
Assemblymember Brawley.
Here.
Assemblymember Stoltz.
Here.
Assemblymember Perez-Verdia.
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Everybody's here in person tonight. I'm glad to see you. Next, we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance. I would like to invite our Solid Waste Services Director, Evalu Fili-Tola, to come before and do the pledge. There's a little green or yellow button on the microphone. There you go. It's on. Nope, it's off. There you go.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. Next, I would ask Mr. Perez-Verdia to read the land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Chair. A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you. Next, we have minutes of previous meetings. So before us, we have several minutes. Item 4A, regular meeting, April 25th, 2023. Item 4B, special meeting, June 2nd, 2023. 4C, special meeting, June 5th, 2023. 4D, regular meeting, June 6, 2023. 4E, special meeting, June 16, 2023. 4F, regular meeting, June 20th, 2023. 4G, special meeting, June 23rd, 2023. And before asking for a motion, I will just editorialize and say to the members, thank you for all of your hard work. That's a lot of special meetings. I would like to ask for a motion to approve those minutes.
So moved. Second.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Zalatel and a second by Member Volland. Is there any objection? I'd like to ask for unanimous consent. Hearing and seeing none, the minutes are adopted. Next, we turn to the mayor. Mr. Mayor, your report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, everyone. It's great to have you here today. Before I dive into my address, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge all those who lost their lives during the 9/11 attacks 22 years ago. The terrorist attacks on this country faced on that fateful day were the worst in our history. We saw the worst of what people can do, but in that tragedy, people came together in ways like never before. Let 9/11 be a reminder that regardless of what side you're on politically, we are, in the end, all Americans, and that is something to be proud of. Yesterday, I had the honor of joining President Biden on JBER for his 9/11 address, and he gave a very good address. And I'm glad the Assembly Chair Constant was able to join me there. Now, as we move forward, it's been 3 weeks since we've last met, and lots has happened in that time. On August 31st, Chair Constant and I joined Senator Sullivan, U.S. HUD Secretary Fudge, and the Association of Alaska Housing Authorities to discuss the housing crisis facing Anchorage and rural communities. It was a productive conversation where we were able to ask for more equitable funding, federal funding, to address homelessness here in Anchorage. I want to express my sincerest gratitude to the Assembly leadership for working closely with Senator Sullivan to create clear and concise commitments that we were able to present to Secretary Fudge, which I fully support. One thing the Assembly and I are in alignment on is the need for more affordable housing. And I look forward to continue working with the Assembly to find affordable housing solutions. I'm excited to share that the Anchorage Police Department and Cops for Community have partnered to create a unique youth mentorship program beginning in the fall of 2023. This mentorship program is intended to provide our youth with an introduction to the policing profession and potentially help with APD recruiting efforts going forward. This is an initiative that I've supported extensively, and I am excited about the great opportunities this will provide for our youth, police department, and communities across the municipality of Anchorage. Yesterday, my office received great news that the Port of Alaska PAMP Phase 1 and 2 projects are eligible for funding through the U.S. Department of Transportation's Transportation Infrastructure and Innovation Act program. The next step is to apply for a TIFIA loan with the DOT. The MOA Senior Finance Officer will continue to work with the Port staff, Jacobs Engineering staff, and the DOT to complete the loan application. This is an important step to securing the funding we need to modernize the port to ensure it can serve Anchorage and all of Alaska for years to come. The port has been and continues to be one of my top priorities. Since I took office in 2021, the port has received over $280 million of funding. This is the most funding acquired under a single mayoral administration for the port. A large portion of this funding came from the state of Alaska. And I want to personally thank Senator Kelly Merrick and Finance Co-Chair at the time, Neil Foster, for their advocacy in the State House to fund $200 million for this extremely important project. Another great success was the grand opening of the new Alaska Veterans Business Outreach Center. The Small Business Administration announced earlier this year that it was expanding the Veterans Business Development Program. As a result, Alaska received its first Veterans Business Outreach Center. This center will help veteran-led small businesses with partnerships, gain access to capital, business counseling and marketing and training, and even more. The SBA works with the municipality to distribute funds, and I'm happy to have been able to support this initiative. I've always been an advocate for small businesses and as a veteran myself in great support of veterans. So I was honored to present the National Small Business Week 2023 proclamation at the grand opening of this facility. Just last week, Solid Waste Services celebrated the grand opening of its new central transfer station. 80% of what is buried in our landfill comes through the central transfer station. Our landfill has less than 40 years of useful life, so this transfer station couldn't have come at a better time. And I want to extend my thanks to the entire Solid Waste Service team for its hard work in getting the new station up and running, and a special thanks to former Mayor Berkowitz and his team for leadership in getting that program off the ground. I have worked closely with the Anchorage Fire Department since I took office. I inherited the Mountain View Truck 3 project and supported it wholeheartedly. The Truck 3 push-in event was a great success, and I'm happy to see our first responders getting the support they need from us. AFD is crucial to the health and safety of the community, so I was happy to provide support and approval of a new bond to support the request for Truck 5. I was able to work with AFD to get Truck 5 on an accelerated timeline and at a lower price. My collaboration with AFD bolstered its operational capabilities and proved to be the fiscally responsible choice. Now, we are currently closing in on our October 15 deadline to have our cold weather shelter plan in place. The Anchorage Health Department has been working tirelessly on this effort. I'm happy to see the Assembly has taken the Health Department's recommendation to look into the vacant former Solid Waste Service Administration building as a potential temporary shelter. I fully support this resolution, and I ask the Assembly to support Assemblyman Solt on this initiative. That concludes my remarks. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So I have Ms. Zalatil in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your report, Mr. Mayor. Unfortunately, you weren't at the work session we held last Friday on the elections report by the Ombudsman. And a question, Ms. Helzer was there, and she was able to answer some questions and provide us some information, but we didn't get any clarity about Mr. Dahl, the IT director's current status of employment with the municipality. Could you provide us an update?
Yes, I've been unable to communicate with Mr. Dahl since then. He is remote. I believe he is hunting.
So he's currently still employed by the municipality?
He has not resigned, and he has not been fired at this point in time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Next on the agenda, we have the chair's report, and I will start today by thanking the mayor for quite the adventure yesterday when we both, with his lovely wife, went out to J-Bear early and managed to beat the rush and got into the secured hangar and had the opportunity to participate in the nation's 9/11 celebration. And it was quite moving, amazing to witness that airplane, amazing to see the president talk. And my favorite part, other than the president and his speech, was meeting with Secretary of State Blinken and his special envoy, John Kerry, who hadn't been here and hadn't seen him since 2015, and had an opportunity to talk about climate resilience and the changes we've seen in our climate action plan. So it was a very amazing experience to see the amazing and very excited members of the U.S. military who were present in that whole experience. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm glad we've gotten a lot of things sorted. I appreciated the mayor's report on all of the accomplishments of the last year. The meeting with Secretary Fudge was very important, I believe, because I think HUD has started to understand the reality of life up here in our community and the challenges that we face and the fact that the funding formulas don't work for us. I'm really hopeful that in the short term we do see some increased funding, and in the long term we see a rebasing of that formula, which is the commitment that Senator Sullivan, I believe, is going to hold them to. Next, I'd like to talk about camps and funding for the emergency shelter plan. Tonight there are several items related to winter shelter and outdoor camps. And first, I want to acknowledge the difficult position our community is in, that it's painful to watch our neighbors struggling in inadequate living conditions in camps and on the streets. And it's also difficult for the surrounding homes and businesses to absorb the disruption that can follow. While it's of little solace, this is an incredibly difficult problem that communities across our country, large and small, urban and rural, are struggling to deal with. If this was easy, we would have done it by now. However, I'm hopeful that actions taken in the past weeks and later tonight will bring some visible improvements to the problem and also to the lives of individuals who are living in the camp. At a special meeting last week, the Assembly approved $220,000 to fund additional public safety, cleanup, and sanitation to make the camps cleaner and safer until we can move people into more permanent housing and shelter. And tonight we have a package of legislation before us to make funding available to the administration for emergency cold weather shelter and housing this winter. If these resolutions are approved as proposed, we will dedicate more than $5.7 million to funding cold weather shelter and housing this winter. I want to thank the Anchorage Health Department for their hard work to create this feasible plan for the upcoming winter, and for Assembly members Brawley and Rivera for identifying the funding, and Mr. Rivera for your diligent work on this topic for the last year plus. Now I'd like to talk about a housing summit that's coming up. Housing in the end is the answer to homelessness and to a community's vibrance. Young people want a place to be able to buy into the American dream, and our seniors want a place to downsize from the large homes they raise their families in. People want to be able to live in a home of their choice. And we don't have that, whether we're talking about Anchorage or rural Alaska. The challenges are great. So while the Assembly has been working hard this summer to address shelter and housing, we've also been working equally hard on efforts to cut red tape and make it easier to build new homes. We plan to share the results of this work and our goals for the future at a Community Housing Action Summit on Friday, November 3rd. As noted in item 10A3 on the agenda tonight, the summit and surrounding events during Anchorage Housing Action Week will help shape policies that encourage the development of abundant, diverse housing so that everyone has a real opportunity to call Anchorage home. I strongly encourage the public to attend. More information will be posted soon at our website, www.muni.org/assembly. On behalf of the police chief and on behalf of myself and I would guess the whole assembly and the administration, I'd like to take a moment to thank Senator Murkowski for her securing for the municipality a substantial grant to help in the improvement of APD's fleet. That's item 10E2 on our agenda tonight. Senator Murkowski was instrumental in securing these funds, and I understand that there is more funding coming from the senator's efforts to us very soon. So Senator Murkowski, I'm very grateful. And finally, yes, as the mayor noted, and the president was here to speak about, this is the anniversary week of September 11th. And before we dive into the agenda, I would just like to pause to remember the thousands of lives lost on September 11th and honor the incredible bravery of the first responders who rushed in when others rushed out. It was an honor to attend, again, the president's address at J-Bear, and I want to thank you, Mr. Mayor, for that opportunity. Finally, we have a full agenda tonight, and I'll do my best to move us along. This is a business meeting, and we're here to do the work of the municipality. And I would also like to note we have a new security company whose first real night is tonight after a long time. So welcome. We're glad to have you here. To everyone else, please help create a climate of respect in the chambers. Refrain from personal attacks and speaking out of turn or shouting and clapping and pacing. If you have signs, please keep them to 8.5 by 11 or smaller. Please keep the aisles clear except when lined up to testify. Please also do not approach the dais, but if you have something to share with the members, please hand it to the clerk for distribution. Please stop speaking if a point of order is called so when I may rule on the point of order and the record is clear. If rules are not followed, I may interrupt speakers to call for compliance. And if compliance with the rules doesn't occur, then I may pause the meeting. And if an actual disruption occurs, I'll give a warning. And if the disruption persists or happens again, the person may be asked to leave. And then if you're here to testify on a public hearing item, that will be later on in our agenda. When you come forward, please state your name, what part of town you're from, the community council or area you live in. Please stay on topic and direct comments to me or the other people on the dais. I'll interrupt you if you're off topic, and it's helpful if testifiers provide comments on any proposed amendments. Amendments will usually be lined up at the front of the dais. And assembly members don't typically answer questions during these periods. That comes during the debate. So thank you now, and next on the agenda, we move to committee reports.
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Zalato.
Thank you. I would move to suspend the rules and lay on the table the unnumbered AR that's just been passed out.
Second. I have a motion to suspend the rules and lay on the table an AR. It's been moved by Ms. Zalatil, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you. The AR laid on the table, and the reason for suspending the rules is twofold. This is a time-sensitive issue. We discussed a lot of this around the work session on Friday. That resolution of this issue is got to be taken care of in time for us to possibly look at legislative responses to any election issues before year end. And the reason for moving to suspend the rules is this is an issue of great import and large community interest. Doing this in our normal course of business is something we could do. However, this is potentially extraordinary action, and it warrants taking it up at the beginning of this meeting. So I hope you can support this combined motion to suspend the rules and lay the item on the table. Thank you.
So we have before us a motion to suspend the rules and lay on the table a resolution. Our rules for laying an item on the table require an 8-person vote. Is there anybody who'd wish to discuss the motion to lay on the table and suspend the rules?
Mr. Chair, was there a second?
There was. I have Mr. Rivera
Thank you.
seconded. I'm going to go ahead and read the title. Unnumbered AIM detailing the facts and circumstances surrounding the creation of an ITD policy statement regarding removable storage devices and its role in the filing of an election complaint in the 2023 regular election, and an unnumbered AR, resolution of the Anchorage Assembly approving the use of subpoenas to compel testimony and document production pursuant to Anchorage Municipal Code, Section 2.30.085, and authorizing litigation to enforce compliance with those legislative subpoenas. Anyone else wish to speak to the motion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed. Oh, sorry, Mr. Cross.
Yeah, during that work session, we had talked that there may be, we may have to go into executive session. Are you anticipating that'll occur during this conversation? Because otherwise, this might be better handled at a later date where we have the time to delve into something of an executive nature.
I don't anticipate tonight there will be an executive session. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. As I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is requiring production of documents that are public records and speaking to actions, including from at least one person who appears to be...
Point of order.
Okay.
May I, Mr. Chair? Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe the motion that we're on is simply the motion to lay on the table. If members have questions about the particular item, I think the appropriate time to do that would be when we have a motion to approve.
And from the point of order, I would agree, if your comments are relating to the laying on the table, they're germane. If they're on the merits of the question, then it's better to wait.
Thank you. Then I don't have a comment.
Mr. Salt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize. Could members also restate the reason or the urgency for laying on the table tonight?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Solt. As we discussed Friday at the work session, every year we conduct an annual review of Title 28 elections, and the work to make code changes has to be done before December 19th, which is the last regularly scheduled meeting. And so if we are looking at code changes related to this issue, we need to get the documents and issues kind of all out on the table so we can make an appropriate legislative response.
All right, anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the motion to suspend the rules and lay the item on the table. On a vote of 9-3 and the youth member votes,
Yes.
that item has been, the rules have been suspended and the item is now laid on the table. Ms. Zalatil.
Move to approve the unnumbered AR that was just laid on the table.
Second.
There is a motion to approve by Ms. Zalatil, is seconded by Mr. Rivera. Now is the time to discuss the merits. I'm going to go ahead and put myself in the queue.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you. On Friday, we had a work session to discuss the municipal ombudsman's final investigative report that found there's reason to believe the alleged coordination between an election observer and a mayoral appointee to overturn the results of the April 2023 municipal election is true. Although there were weeks to prepare, the administration did little at the work session to provide the information Assembly members and the public have repeatedly requested. At the work session, Assembly members compelled Assembly leadership to produce legislation that could get us closer to the truth. We can't propose a solution if we do not fully understand the problem. I'm asking the body to support this resolution so that we can issue subpoenas to gather testimony and documents that will answer the outstanding questions of this matter, and to authorize Assembly's Counsel's office to initiate litigation on behalf of the Assembly to enforce compliance with these subpoenas if necessary. I want to make it clear, these actions are not taken lightly. These are extraordinary circumstances, the likes of which have probably never been seen before on this body. But given the severity of the allegations in the report, it's imperative the Assembly receives all available information on this matter. There are too many unanswered questions for the Assembly to be able to carry out our duties as they pertain to elections. Our duty as they pertain to elections is to ensure that the elections are carried out in a free and fair manner. To my fellow members, as you consider action on this particular item tonight and this topic in the future, I want to remind you that the municipal charter vests the responsibility for administration and adjudication of elections in the Assembly as a legislative branch of the municipal government. The Assembly is bound by duty, not only to our office, but to the people of the municipality of Anchorage, to investigate any attempt to subvert the electoral process and to propose legislative solutions to ensure the security of our elections. It is not in any way our job to pass judgment on the actions of the individuals involved in this matter. That is for another venue. I caution members as we enter debate, please avoid ascribing motive. And also, please remember to keep debate relevant to the motion at hand, which is whether or not to approve the resolution to use subpoena power to compel testimony and document production, and not the specifics of the case. The role of the Assembly in this matter is to identify ways we can safeguard and strengthen our election system through the municipal code. The information obtained through the subpoenas will help us identify code updates that we need to consider this fall to put in safeguards for our future election, which frankly begins in earnest on January 8th, 2024. With that, I urge your support of the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Constant.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. And that gave me some additional time to look back. And so just to confirm, this is regarding records that the Assembly has requested and previously received redacted versions of, and has also not received a response to other records requests. Is that correct?
So we did receive late yesterday a copy of the mostly unredacted records from the first document set that was requested for production on July the 10th. So there were 3 minimal redactions based primarily, one was personal information, and the others were attorney-client privilege, which was clear because it involved the municipal attorney in the communication. But it took 75 days for the production of a series of records that should have been produced quite quickly and weren't. And so we are looking at that as a really good benchmark about all of those other records that have been requested and the timeline that we have when we have to make changes to the elections code before the election kicks off, because on January 8th, the rules are set. It doesn't change after that. And so we have to complete our work by December, the last meeting, which I think is December 19th.
Thank you. Well, that to me speaks to a compelling reason to keep our timeline moving quickly. Thanks.
Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you. I wanted to underscore something that the chair said, that this is extraordinary action. This is the second time that the Assembly is asked to issue subpoenas. The other time was in the Gerace matter, where we had asked for records, were sent into executive session, and ultimately never got what we asked for, and are in litigation about that. This is even more extraordinary in that the timeline is so crunched. Not only do we need to get our actions taken by December 19th, we then need to hand off those code changes to the elections administrator to fully incorporate into the election process before that notice of vacancy is posted. We are working on very tight timelines here, and 75 days to produce records just isn't going to cut it. We need to make sure we have tools in our toolbox to make sure that you all can hold leadership and we can hold ourselves accountable to be expeditious as possible, and so that we can do our legislative duty, which is to make sure the election code clears up any issues that exist. But we have to know what they are, and we have to know where to point our efforts in the right direction. And hopefully having this tool in our toolbox will let us do that. My great hope is that we'll have good cooperation from the administration, and we can just move forward in an open and transparent way, so that we can work collaboratively. So far, we haven't seen that, but I guess hope springs eternal. Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Salt, is your, oh, there we go. I clicked the button.
on a vote of 9-3 and the youth member votes,
Yes.
this item has passed the body. The unnumbered resolution approving the use of subpoenas to compel testimony and document production pursuant to AMC 230-085 and authorizing litigation. We will now return back to our regular agenda.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I move to reconsider the item that we just passed.
All right.
Second.
A motion to reconsider has been made by Ms. Zalatel and seconded by Ms. Brawley.
Just urge a no vote. Thank you.
And the maker of the motion urges a no vote. Mr. Bronson, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Byrd would like to speak on some of the factual matters just stated.
So we are on a motion to reconsider. So the mayor can speak on the merits of a motion to reconsider, and I think probably you could figure out a way to noodle that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair, I will do my best to noodle. Mr. Chair, I think it is important that the body take a note at the conclusion of the Ombudsman's report while they are reconsidering, and that is the fact that we've responded formally to the Ombudsman. We are going to work with the Assembly to develop and implement municipal code that will address the tampering or attempting to tamper with election within municipal code. We've also said that we're going to hold an ethics training. So I think the charges that the administration is not working with the Assembly to address this is not accurate. And as you are reconsidering this, I think that should be highlighted. Also, the fact that the records were stated to have been produced within 75 days. I think that is inaccurate insofar as they were produced in a redacted fashion, and we were advised by legal counsel to so redact. And what the Assembly received was a waiver that we discussed, as you know, at the work session back in July. That part of it admittedly took longer than expected, but it's simply not accurate to say that it took 75 days to respond to the records request. So I put these facts before you, Mr. Chair, when the body reconsiders. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we were in the queue to vote, so members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 3-9, the reconsideration of that item has failed. All right, next we will move on to committee reports, and I'm not going to forget, the youth member would like to make a committee and liaison report. So Mr. Trill, you have the floor.
Yes, so the school year is now back in full swing, and with that, the first Student Advisory Board meeting happened today. There were 3 main points, including the Career, College, and Life program, which is starting for ASD shortly. It will focus on career academies at the high school level. Secondly, attendance has gone down significantly since COVID and has remained low. The school board has started to work on that. And then finally, the BSA, the base student allocation, has remained low and will force additional budget cuts unless raised further. Thank you.
Thank you. And on that note, I would offer that the Anchorage School District and the Anchorage Assembly have our joint meeting this Friday from 10 to noon at the ASD School Board Meeting Room, and we'd love to have you there if you can attend. And these topics of conversation will be on the agenda. So thank you. We'll start with Mr. Myers.
Nothing to report. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. The last meeting of the Community and Economic Development Committee, we met on September 7th. I want to thank the staff that presented information regarding dashboard data that we started collecting. I'm really appreciative of the staff time to help us have a clearer picture of the operations and the successes and the areas that we can continue to strengthen. With respect to our next meeting, it comes up on the 21st at 9 a.m. at the Permit Center. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next meeting of the Housing and Homelessness Committee will be next Wednesday, September 20th from 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. at City Hall, room 155. We'll be reviewing the work of the Anchorage Health Department on the second half of the emergency cold weather shelter equation, the implementation of the plan. In addition, we'll be talking about how the $220,000 appropriation we allocated last week is being implemented, and then getting an update on the work at the Golden Lion. The Municipal Audit Committee is going to be meeting this Wednesday, September 14th from 12 to 12:50 p.m. at City Hall, room 155, to review the internal audit report on sole source purchases. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Bronco.
Thank you, Chair. Our Health Policy Committee meeting will be given by Mr. Boland, and I wanted to announce that our next Ethics and Election Committee meeting will be on September 27th. And also through the Health Policy Committee, we are starting to look at whether we would like to do legislation related to diet supplements and muscle building products for teens. And we had a meeting this morning with the national delegate from Stripe, which works with eating disorders in children. More to come later.
Thank you. And Mr. Johnson.
Nothing to report.
Thank you. Ms. Alatil.
Thank you. On next Thursday, the 21st at 11 a.m., there will be a meeting of the Enterprise and Utility Oversight Committee. My Vice Chair, Mr. Johnson, will be chairing that. And following that at 12:10 will be a Budget and Finance Committee meeting of the whole. That one will focus on the 120-day memo. And remember, members, to get your questions in to the budget analyst if you have questions you would like answered during that committee meeting. And that meeting will be chaired by Co-Chair Brawley. Thank you.
I'll take back the mic for just a minute and say we have a Rules Committee meeting Thursday as well, and we're also going to invite our legislative finance staff to come in and help prompt questions if we haven't got questions by Friday, so we'll have an opportunity Thursday as well. Mr. Cross.
Nothing to report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Walland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, at our meeting of the Health Policy Committee on September 6th, in addition to hearing from our acting director of the Health Department, her standing report, we also learned about two very important topics. One is some of the funding challenges that the Chugach Senior Center is encountering right now. We got to hear from them essentially their perspective and what it is going to take to get sort of back in compliance. And then we also heard from Amy Brown, who works for the Health Department, about bike safety outreach and education. That was something that colleagues had asked about when we were discussing the bike equity ordinance, and it was pretty cool. They do all kinds of outreach and education, give away helmets and bike locks and bike lights, and they go to schools, they go to different community events, and so it was really fun to hear about the work that they're doing over there in the Health Department. Thanks.
Hey, Mr. Vollen. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you to my Budget and Finance Co-Chair Zalatel for the update on the Budget and Finance Committee. Also happening the same day as the Enterprise and Utility and the Budget and Finance Committee, immediately after is the Legislative Committee. So our next meeting will be Thursday, September 21st, 1:20 to 2:20 p.m. in City Hall 155. So folks who want to do the committee marathon, that's a great opportunity to do that. We will be continuing to work on the 2024 legislative program, which is intended to reflect the joint priorities of the mayor and the assembly representing the municipality when we and others go down to Juneau to advocate to our state legislature. So we'll be looking at our broad priorities, which I know is going to include the port modernization project. We'll look at capital priorities and other citywide priorities. So this is again a reminder to members. Our staff made a request to talk with your community councils and other constituents about district-level priorities, whether it's capital priorities or other items to consider including in the legislative program so that we can represent our citywide priorities as well as some more local items. And so the request was to have that by, I believe, Friday the 15th, but just a reminder, that is not the final time that we will talk about it. It's really a prompt to start the conversation as we move forward and hopefully approve the legislative program in late November or early December. And I believe that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salt.
Thank you. The Anchorage Economic Development Corporation held their executive meeting on September 6th. As you know, Bill Popp has stepped down as President CEO, and interim President CEO is Jenna Wright. And I would just encourage members that are related to downtown core business liaisons, such as the chamber, tourism. There's some exciting things coming out of AEDC that they are leading, and I encourage you to attend those meetings as they'll be presenting what they are working on, which is in relation to what Oklahoma City did. Pretty exciting stuff for Anchorage's potential future, so I encourage you to attend. The next meeting will be September 25th.
Thank you. Mr. President.
Thank you. The Public Safety Committee met on September 6th, and one of the presentations was from the Anchorage Police Department regarding the fleet status, and I wanted to just provide a few stats to give folks a sense of what they're facing. ASD has roughly 595 vehicles, and 16% of those have over 150,000 miles, 47% have over 100,000 miles, 56% are over 10 years old, and 5% are over 20 years old. The report that was given to us showed that our policemen and women are using vehicles that are extremely outdated, and it's something that we need to address. So I encourage my colleagues to learn more about this, and hopefully we can find a way to remedy this over the next few years. The next Public Safety Committee meeting is October 4th at 11 a.m. Thanks.
Thank you, and I'm going to exercise the privilege of the chair and call somebody out who's in the audience. I'd like to welcome an amazing artist named Allison Akchuk-Warden, who is an Inupiaq performer who I haven't seen for years but have worked with for a very long time, and I can't get the phrase ancestor from the future out of my head right now. So welcome to our chambers. I hope you're going to speak to us later. So we are kind of having some printing done for our late on the table process, and so I would like to ask unanimous consent that instead we roll up the calendar to number 9, appearance requests, and let our member of the public who wishes to be heard to speak. So if there's no objection, we'll do that now. On to appearance requests. Ms. Haskett, please state your name and what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. The mic isn't on, so there's a green button. There you go.
Good evening, and thank you. I'm Julie Haskett. I live in South Anchorage. Before I get started, I want to acknowledge that you have some really important issues tonight, particularly homelessness, and I acknowledge that that's very important, probably not as important as my issue. So I just want to say that thank you, and thank you for a few minutes to talk about my effort to serve on the Library Advisory Board. So I applied on June 22nd. I received an email on August 28th, just about 2 months plus later, telling me that my application for the Library Advisory Board would not move forward. I emailed back to ask, what's the criteria to serve on the Library Advisory Board? And I was told, you have to care about, use, and love the library. Well, I want to assure everybody here, I am all of those things. I believe a robust, healthy library is a centerpiece of a healthy city. Libraries are available to every person, regardless of your income or station in life, and they're just open to come in and enjoy and use. I'm a 37-year resident of Anchorage, college educated, college degree, raised 2 daughters, going to the library all the time. We used to go and check out a big old stack of books, go home, read them, come back and get another big old stack of books. It's like one of my favorite memories, raising my daughters here. And I still use the library on a regular basis to come to meetings, to do research, to rent space. So standing here, I'm unclear on this process of what it takes to serve on the Library Advisory Board. My understanding is there are not enough members at this time to have a fully functioning board. I find that unfortunate and very disappointing. It's really been baffling to me how there's vacancies, there's candidates like myself, but we don't move forward. So I want to reassure everyone, I love and care about the library, books, research. I have a good history of board service. I served 14 years on the Lung Association's local advisory board, and I just termed out of 9 years on the Anchorage Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors. So I hope it all gets worked out soon and that Anchorage residents like me can serve on library advisory boards or any other board or commission that doesn't have enough members today approved but yet applied. So with that, I'll take any questions, but I just want to say thank you for your time.
I have lots of questions, but they're not about that, so I'm not going to ask them here.
Okay. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So right now, we're receiving our late on the table packets. All right, so before we get to the addendum to the agenda, we're going to address late on the table items, which incorporates any late on the table items into the agenda. So first, I'm going to go ahead and read the items. We have, one sec. All right, so we have 3 supplemental items and 3 items that we'll require to go through our late on the table procedure. We had quite a robust conversation around the leadership table about the late on the table process. And I think we're going to have some recommendations to folks on how to expedite the process, such as when you are submitting an item to be laid on the table, maybe drafting a paragraph about why it's time sensitive so people have an opportunity to understand in advance, and as much as possible get the items to the clerk's office approved through whatever process, whether you're on the assembly or the administration, early so members can see the items and have an opportunity to read them, because it's pretty hard to understand the scope of the late on the table item if you haven't had a chance to read it. So just reinforce that the late on the table process is for 911 issues, not 311 issues. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and take care of the supplemental items first, and then we'll come back to the new items, which will require a vote. So first we have item 10B5B, Resolution AR 2023-299S, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly requesting the administration notify the community about the possible usage of the former Solid Waste Service Central Transfer Station as a temporary congregate shelter to aid persons experiencing homelessness. Members Rivera and Salt. 10D2A, AIM unnumbered 2023, contract with Dominion Voting Systems, Inc. for software use licenses and hardware warranties for the municipality of Anchorage, MOA, Municipal Clerk's Office, elections, $221,778.12, Assemblymember Cross. Also, 10D2A, Information Memorandum AM, contract with Dominion Voting Systems, Inc. for software use licenses and hardware warranties for the municipality of Anchorage, Municipal Clerk's Office, elections, $221,778.12, Chair Constant. So those are the items that we've read into the record, and they are supplemental, so they don't require a vote. Next, the next 3 items will each require a vote. 10B7, Resolution AR 2023, unnumbered, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly setting a policy position for FY 2024 municipal budgets as a continuation budget and identified priorities. Assembly Budget and Finance Committee Co-Chairs Brawley and Zolotel. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Move to lay on the table.
Oh, sorry.
So it's moved by Ms. Zolotel to lay on the table. Is there a second?
Second.
So moved by Ms. Zolotel, seconded by Member Brawley. Ms. Zolotel or Member Brawley, would you like to give why this is time sensitive?
Yes, I can speak to that,
Ms.
Mr. Chair.
Brawley, you have the floor.
Yes, so this is, there's 2 pieces to the justification. First is that the opportunity that we had to discuss this item and the 120-day preliminary memo. The first step in the budget process from the mayor's office happened on Friday, September 8th, so a day after the deadline to add things to the addendum. The second piece is that this is, the content of this resolution really lays out broad policy principles for the Assembly to communicate to the administration as they are actively preparing the draft budget right now, which will be due on, I believe, October 1st, but because that falls on a Sunday, it'll be October 2nd. And so laying this on the table tonight and taking action tonight provides that much more time before that budget is completed and published, as opposed to our next regular meeting, which is only a few days before that October 1st deadline.
All right, anyone wish to discuss the item? Oh, Mr. Cross.
Yeah, I would just encourage my colleagues to support this. This is HUD funding that can help with our, excuse me?
Wrong one.
Resolutions and action.
This one's budget priorities.
Oh, thank you. No, I withdraw, thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Hearing seeing none, this item takes 8 votes. Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12-0 and the youth member votes,
Yes.
that item has been laid on the table. Next, we have, I believe that one is 10B7. Yeah, sorry. Next on the agenda, we have item 10B as in Bravo, boy. Next, we have item 10E3, an unnumbered AR 2023-unnumbered, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage reappropriating and adopting non-substantial Amendment 9 to the 2019 Housing and Community Development Annual Action Plan.
Waive reading.
Thank you. So who will be speaking to the time sensitivity of this item?
Move to lay on the table.
Okay. Motion
Second.
is laid on the table by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. My question stands. From the administration, does someone want to come and speak to the time sensitivity of this item? Thank you, Mr. Ash.
Hello, Kimberly Rash, Anchorage Health Department. So we are laying this item on the table because we do need to use the funds by September 30th. We have about 3 or 4 families that could utilize these funds to prevent homelessness, and so that is why we are here today.
Thank you. Would it be fair to say that if HUD and their leadership told us we need to more efficiently use their money, that this would be an example of that?
Say that again?
If HUD had come to us and said, you need to use all your money and use it efficiently, would this be an argument we could make back to them, yes, we're doing that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So anyone else? Hearing seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12-0 and the youth member votes,
Yes.
that item has been laid on the table, and we have one more for you, Mr. Ash, I believe. So item 10E4, an unnumbered resolution, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage reappropriating and adopting substantial Amendment 8 to the 2019 Housing and Community Development Annual Action Plan, 2019 Action Plan.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
Move to lay on the table.
Second.
Mr. Rivera, off the running blocks first, makes the motion, and seconded Ms. Zalatil. Someone want to make the case? Thank you, Mr. Ash, again.
Kimberly Rash. So this item has 2 areas. It has CSS for complex care funds, and then it also has the funds for CIHA so that they can move forward. So these are funds, again, that we do need to utilize. We need to get out the door so that we can give to those entities that need it.
Ms. Alto?
Thank you. Ms. Rash, is this the same September 30th deadline?
No.
So what is the deadline what creates the urgency to not have submitted this through the regular agenda process?
For the complex care, they are nearing the end of their funding and they need these funds. For CIHA, it is similar, where in order to progress with their construction, they are needing the funds to continue. So we are needing to get these funds through this process so that we can get those funds to them.
So quick follow-up question is, when was the health department notified of the needs for these funds? Like, was it more than 2 weeks ago? Could this have made the addendum or the regular agenda for this meeting?
I was made aware about a week ago.
Okay, great. So it's the time in which you learned of the need.
Yes.
Great, thank you so much.
Anyone else? Hearing, seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the motion to lay this item on the table. Oh. Yep, no, we're good. Proceed. Thank you. On a vote of 12-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, that item has been laid on the table. Next, I would ask for a motion to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed in the laid on the table items.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Volland. Any discussion on the motion to lay on the table? Motion to incorporate the addendum, the printed and laid on the table items. Hearing, seeing none, I'm going to ask unanimous consent. Any objection? We're good. So the addendum and laid on the table items have been incorporated. So we've already done appearance requests. So next we'll move on to the consent agenda. The consent agenda items numbered 10A through 10F are typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards and new business, information and reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be approved or accepted by the assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by an assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each of those items. Under the rules of procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing at a future date. So next we'll go down the dais. We'll start with Mr. Presverdia.
No items. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Salt.
I'd like to pull items 10B5, 10B6, 10G5.
All right, so I have 10B, 5, and 6, and 10G, 5. Thank you. Ms. Bradley?
Yeah, thank you. In addition, I'd like to pull 10A3 and 10B7, B as in boy.
I have 10A3 and 10B7. All right, Mr. Bond?
10A1, please. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Mr. Cross?
10 Delta 2.
Thank you. Mr. Cross, 10D2. Ms. Alatil?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 10F4, and I would like to note on item 10G8 that there's a referral to the Planning and Zoning Commission for that item. If that could, the clerk could be instructed to do so, or we could pull it and make a formal referral.
So I believe it has been pulled. Mr. Salt, did you pull it to this? Oh, I'm sorry, you pulled G5. Okay, very good. So never mind. Then to the clerk, I would direct that that item be referred to the Planning and Zoning Commission, and I don't think we need to pull it. All right. Mr. Johnson?
10D5.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. That's 10D5. Ms. Bronca?
Nothing additional.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
A couple additional items, Mr. Chair, 10F5 and 10F7. Thank you.
That's 10F5 and 10F7. Mr. Martinez?
No additional items.
And for you, sir?
No additional
No
items.
items. Thank you, Mr. Myers. So let me go back through the list. I have 10A1, Mr. Volland, 10A3, Ms. Brawley, 10B5, Mr. Salt, 10B6, Mr. Salt, 10B7, Ms. Brawley, 10 Delta, 2, 10 is Mr. Cross, 10D5 is Mr. Johnson, 10F4, Ms. Zalatel, 10F5 and 7, Mr. Rivera, 10G5, Mr. Salt, and 10G8, nothing. We're good. Leave that one. Do you have any items? Youth member?
No items, thank
All
you.
right, thank you. All right, thank you. So we have all of those items pulled. Next, I would like to ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda minus the pulled items.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Volland. Any discussion? I'd like to ask for unanimous consent. Any objection? Hearing and seeing none, the consent agenda minus the pulled items has been approved. So for the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 10A through 10F other than the items that were pulled, which we'll take up next, or that have been introduced for a future public hearing, which are all items in 10G. If you are here to see action on the listed items on the consent agenda that were not pulled, those items are now passed or accepted. So next, we're going to go down the agenda and we'll take up the items that were pulled. First item would be 10A1, Resolution AR 2023-293, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly celebrating Welcoming Week 2023 and welcoming Anchorage. Swell the body.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Volland, and I'm going to give that one to Mr. Rivera, seconded. Any objection?
Mr. Chair, I had an amendment.
Oh, okay, sorry.
You're good.
Please.
Thank you,
have the
Mr.
floor.
Chair. So I move Rivera Amendment Number 1.
Second.
There has been an amendment moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Volland. What is your amendment, Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's simple. It just adds the acronym for an organization, ACLT, the Anchorage Community Land Trust, as one of the hosts listed in the resolution. I just wanted to make sure we included them. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is there any objection to the amendment?
I'll just, can I give a point of information?
Any discussion? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, in the ceremonial copy, I suppose, they are listed, so just want Member Rivera to know that. Thanks.
All right, so any other wish to speak on that item? Hearing and seeing none. Again, I'm going to ask unanimous consent for the amendment. No objection. The amendment is adopted. Next, we have the main motion before us. I'd like to ask unanimous consent. Hearing and seeing no objection. That item has been adopted. Who is reading and who's presenting? Ms. Brawley, you have the floor.
Thank you. AR number 2023-293, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly celebrating Welcoming Week 2023 and welcoming Anchorage. Whereas Welcoming Week is a global movement that annually celebrates the work of communities to become welcoming places and is an opportunity for communities to recognize those values through events and initiatives that foster connections and collaborations between immigrants and non-immigrants. And whereas Welcoming Week 2023 is September 8th through the 17th and will have daily themes which focus on civic engagement, connected communities, economic development, education, equitable access, and more. And whereas Anchorage is among the most ethnically diverse cities in the United States, with over 100 languages spoken and traditions celebrated, Anchorage became a member of Welcoming America in 2014 with the establishment of Welcoming Anchorage. And whereas the tradition and spirit of welcoming in the Anchorage area has been fostered by the Dena'ina Athabascan people who have been the stewards of these lands for thousands of years, a tradition and spirit that is carried on by those the Dena'ina welcome to their lands, and community efforts that promote understanding and collaboration between native-born and foreign-born community members are essential in encouraging and preserving Anchorage's welcoming environment and economic vitality. And whereas in Anchorage, Welcoming Week celebrations include a Know Your Rights training hosted by the ACLU Alaska and the Alaska Institute for Justice on September 12th, and Welcoming Week community celebration on September 14th hosted by RAISE, ACLT, and Welcoming Anchorage. Now therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolves that September 8th through 17th, 2023 is Welcoming Week in Anchorage and encourages all residents to join in the community celebrations highlighting Welcoming Anchorage, the contributions of our foreign-born residents, and Anchorage's rich diversity and inclusiveness. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 12th day of September, 2023.
All right, thank you. Next, we have 10A3, Resolution AR 2023-302, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly recognizing October 30th through November 4th, 2023 as Anchorage Housing Action Week and inviting community participation in events and programs, including the Community Housing Action Summit on Friday, November 3rd, 2023. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Member Volland. I would like to ask unanimous consent on this item. Any objections? Hearing and seeing none, this item has been passed unanimously. Who is reading this item? Somebody reading this item? Who would like to speak to this item if we're not going to read it? Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't want to have you all sit through another of me reading a resolution, but I will say briefly that this resolution is really carrying forward the work that has already been underway with the assemblies setting housing priorities and really prioritizing action to address our serious housing concerns. And it's something that we cannot do alone, that we need to work with the community. And so again, we want to welcome all community members to participate in Housing Action Week. We'll have a lot of great events lined up, and more information will be out soon, but it will be between October 30th and November 4th. And everybody, I would love to see you all at the summit that we're having on Friday, November 3rd. It will be an all-day event over at the UAA campus, and again, more details to follow. But really want everybody's participation and excitement about how we can make change in our housing market. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I guess that's it. Next, we'll move on to item 10B5. Oh, Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I move to change the order of the day to take this up after 14B.
Second.
So we have a motion to change the order of the day by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Salt. So, want to speak to it?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So these, both this item, 10 Bravo 5, and then 14B, these items deal with essentially the same topic, emergency cold weather shelter, and I think it makes sense for us to consider them together rather than in two separate sections on our agenda. So I encourage a yes vote. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Zaltel.
Thank you. Question to Mr. Rivera. Is the intention to place it under 14C because you believe, or 14B, that there's an effect of the funding one on the other one, or just that they are related topics?
Thank you. So just to clarify, I don't want to put this under 14B. I just want to put it after 14B. And no, related topics. I don't believe funding from one necessarily affects the other. Although the way that 14B is crafted, it does allow for funding for non-congregate and congregate shelter.
So the answer is no. We can discuss that later. So the question now is motion change to order of the day. Is there any objection to the motion? I am hearing and seeing no objection, so the order of the day has been changed to take up item 10B5 after 14B. Next we'll have item 10B6. Resolution AR 2023-303, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly opposing a private lease request submitted to the Alaska Railroad Corporation, which is in direct conflict with the Anchorage Metropolitan Area Transportation Study Active Transportation Project known as the Fish Creek Trail Connection. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Sorry, I should have asked Mr. Salt, so, because he pulled this item, but, so we have a motion to approve by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Salt. I'm going to pivot to Mr. Salt. Mr. Salt, you pulled the item.
Thank you. The reason I pulled this, I think I understand it, but it's a bit confusing because all the language is talking about a lease that we're going to oppose. I just wanted that the sponsors could speak to this just to make sure it's crystal clear what we're voting for.
Who'd like to take that?
I'll take that.
Mr. Vaughn, you have the floor.
I'll point out we also have Aaron Younganell in the audience, our AMATS coordinator, so he may want to speak on this as well. But so essentially, the Fish Creek Trail connection to the Coastal Trail is something that has been contemplated in Anchorage since 1997 as part of the area-wide trails plan. It's been through enormous public process, has immense community support, and in fact, we've already invested over $1.5 million on the project to date. a trail, the best essentially alternative has been identified, one that would have the least impact on the conservation easement there, the estuary, and also would be the most cost-effective. There is a private homeowner, a family, whose property backs to the coastal trail. They have applied for a lease of property from the railroad, which effectively would block the trail connection from moving forward. Recently, the Railroad's Board of Real Estate had a public meeting where many people called in to testify. It was asserted falsely, I don't know whether in error or not, that part of the reason for this family, I guess their need to lease the property was for access. But as detailed in the resolution, that is not at stake. Access to private property or land is not at stake, and the homeowner was quoted in the media as saying they want to preserve their privacy. And so we, I think it falls to us in this resolution to make a policy statement and a statement of values that says the public interest of use of the trail and the trail connection and all the families in Midtown and Spenard area who would be able to access the coastal trail, the thousands of tourists that would be able to use that trail system, does that outweigh the privacy interest of one family? I would argue that it does. Additionally, if this current connection, as imagined, were not to be able to move forward because the railroad chooses to lease that property, the cost would go up dramatically, $4 to $8 million. So it would be an enormous impact on the municipality in that way as well. So that is essentially the crux of the matter, is we are requesting that the railroad do not approve that lease so that that trail connection can happen and thousands of visitors and residents, hundreds of thousands per year, can enjoy that trail system. Thank you.
All right. Sufficient?
Yeah, I just want to make sure this has nothing to do with leasing or AKA railroad right-of-way and an easement.
I'll speak to that briefly. It's one of those gray areas between the two, but this is squarely land that's within the railroad's ownership and purview. So it doesn't relate to the issues like the flyer HOA. It's a different issue than that. Ms. Bradley.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just briefly add, so prior to being on the Assembly, I was involved with the Turnagain Community Council and in fact was president of the Community Council in 2022 when this issue was originally discussed. And by this issue, I mean the Fish Creek Trail connection and specifically the route. Nothing about this lease at that time had come up. But I do want to encourage members to look at the materials from Turnagain Community Council attached to this because there was a great deal of discussion about what the most feasible route is, what would have the least amount of impacts on surrounding neighbors, including folks who live to the west of the estuary in that area and as well as to the east of that area, because there were many alternatives considered. And I think the bottom line was that the route that was proposed at that time and which including goes through the land proposed for this lease was, as Mr. Boland said, the least costly, the most feasible, and had the least amount of impacts, not only on the neighbors, but on the estuary itself. And through that process, we also understood that the implications of building a trail within the estuary and disturbing that piece of it comes with additional approvals, additional cost, and also, additional impacts to wildlife, as well as the character of that estuary, which is the whole point of having that estuary undisturbed. And so, just to emphasize again, that this has been a long time coming. This is a priority for the neighborhood. It does matter where the route goes, but there was a lot of discussion last year, and a great deal of people came to the conclusion that this was the most feasible route. And so this proposed lease is squarely in the way of that route.
Ms. Alatel.
Thank you. So I had a question for the AMATS coordinator. Since this has come through AMATS kind of in two different phases, in 2017 and again in 2020, I mean, AMATS is a very public and lengthy process for any project, particularly by the time you get to spending money. Did the railroad make any objections at any time to AMATS moving forward either in 2017 or 2020? You just turned it off. You want to turn it back on?
There you go. Sorry. Aaron Galen, AMATS coordinator. My understanding is currently the railroad has not made an objection with the project as is. They've been working very closely with AMATS and the project team to move this project forward. This project would not be moving forward if the railroad was in opposition to it.
Great, thank you. I think that information right there really underscores the need for this resolution. The railroad's had its opportunity to come in and express its concerns or the need for this lease, and it didn't. And now this feels like a really late in the game, particularly for transportation projects, especially once dollars are spent. And so I would urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, Mr. Volland. Second time.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll just point out two additional things. One is attachment 2 does give an aerial photo of the property, and you can see that the existing driveway does not go on to the proposed lease area. So I think that's very crucial. Again, getting to that point about access is not at stake. And then secondly, the meeting that I mentioned earlier, the testimony, both in person and on Zoom, was overwhelmingly, I guess, in objection to the lease. And then also the railroad, my understanding is that they've received over 70 emails also urging them not to accept the lease, move forward on the lease. So definitely the public is interested in this topic. Thanks.
Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12-0 and the youth member votes,
Yes.
AR 2023-303 has passed the body. Next, we'll take up So if there is no objection, because there's an amendment coming for 10B7, I would like to move to item 10D2. There's no objection. We'll move on to item 10D2. So item 10D2, Assembly Memorandum AM 665-2023, contract with Dominion Voting Systems, Inc. for software use licenses and hardware warranties for the municipality of Anchorage. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Alatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Alatel. Yeah, Mr. Cross, you pulled it.
Yes, so I understand that Dominion provides two different sets of voting machines, probably perhaps more than that, and the ones Anchorage uses, they say are safe and not in violation, but I do want to point out that we are choosing to do business with a company that in June 3rd of 2022, the Cyber and Infrastructure Security Agency of Congress cited them for intentionally selling known faulty voting equipment to the government with over 10 different security violations, and they were reprimanded by Congress for doing so. And I'm not saying that our elections are at risk. I'm saying that we as a municipality can choose who we choose to do business with and who we support with our equipment. And would we knowingly do business with a company that has defrauded the government and then had to come back and make corrections right by knowingly selling faulty equipment? Any more than we would choose to work with an arms provider who sold faulty firearms to our police officers or vehicles with known safety issues to our public service. The sanctity of our elections are critical, and Dominion is known for selling faulty equipment, although not to Anchorage, but in the past they have, and I think we should choose otherwise who we're going to spend our money with. Thank you.
Ms. Alatel.
Thank you. So I appreciate the concern raised by Mr. Cross. However, I think it's really clear that the MOA elections has very specific protocols to provide for the best practices, to ensure that our equipment works well. It puts it through testing to ensure that everything is secure. It does pre-election public testing, post-election audit, and canvassing by the Election Commission, and a recount process that all ensures secure and accurate use of the technology in our elections. I actually got in the queue for kind of a related issue, which is we have these two AIMs attached to this item. One is raising Mr. Cross's concerns. One is kind of the counterpoint to that by with a letter from the clerk's office. I don't know that I'm comfortable with the practice of using AIMs as arguments attached to an appropriation resolution. So at this point, I would like to not accept the AIMs and just have the resolution move, because we have the opportunity to debate whether or not this is the appropriate vendor through debate and use that as the public record. So at this point, I think it would be, I guess I am unclear procedurally how we would remove them, because they were laid on the table as supplemental, and typically we would accept an AIM. We wouldn't necessarily have an AIM attached to an appropriation resolution. We would have an assembly memorandum with the funding justification. So this is a little bit of an unusual situation, I think. So at this time, I would move to bifurcate.
Before you do that, thank you, if I might.
Sure.
Thank you. I just want to just be really clear. Congress didn't make any statements about Dominion. A committee chair did. And so we all know a body doesn't speak until the body speaks.
So at this point, I still want to make the motion.
Yep.
So I've moved to bifurcate the AIMs from the underlying appropriation item.
There's a motion to bifurcate. Is there a second?
Second for discussion.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Ms. Brawley, was it?
So to speak briefly to motion to bifurcate, the idea is to remove the AIMs. I think that the underlying item is the opportunity to debate the issue and debate whether or not this is the right vendor, and that the AIMs, I think it's bad practice, quite frankly, to use these as like argument documents. This feels like legal briefing in a way, argument, counter-argument, which is what this time on the dais is for. And I think it can be really confusing in our portal for our documents, especially if someone were to look this up. Now they'll see both of these documents, but whether or not we accept them, and if we need to have a work session to talk about the Dominion voting system, I think we could have that and have that conversation. AIMs aren't that vehicle. So if the motion to bifurcate passes, I would ask that we not move to accept them. Thank you.
I see Mr. Berger in the queue. Is it on behalf of the mayor or the municipal attorney?
Through the chair, on behalf of the mayor.
All right, so we'll keep you in the queue until we get to you, which is a couple down. Ms. Brawley.
I was actually on the main motion.
Okay, Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I actually disagree respectfully with my colleague, Member Zalatel, particularly with Member Cross, his AIM. While I don't necessarily share his concern about the municipality working with Dominion, to me, this is an article that he is sharing for context, and it is providing information. I don't really see where he has inserted his own language that makes an argument. So I will not support the motion to bifurcate. And then Member Constant's submission here, his memorandum, Chair Constant, I think this is also informational. This is sort of what Dominion voting encourages as best practices. And so while I think members could make arguments based off of this information, and that's what we're here to do tonight, I don't see these presented as arguments or debate. I see them as presented as information, which is what an assembly informational memorandum is for. So yeah, I will oppose the motion. Thanks.
Mr. Byrd, on behalf of the mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The mayor's office is in support of Member Volland and Member Cross's, and I think Mr. Chair's position as well. I just want to note for the record that in the laid on the table resolution that deals with the subpoenas, there is an 80-page AIM and a header attached to that. I think for consistency, we didn't move to strike that. We could have, but we didn't. I think it is important to have these items fleshed out on the public record, and they stand or fall on their own merits. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to agree with Mr. Voland. I appreciate the concerns raised, but AIMs are just informational. I think if we're going to have good debate, it should be based on something. So I think actually having I think it's healthy for our debate to have these documents before us, and that's what these two AIMs are, and that's what they should be, just simple documents to add to the record for the benefit of the assembly and for the benefit of the public. In the past, we have had debate where members have said all kinds of wackadoodle things, and we are wondering where the heck they are coming from. I'm not going to name any assembly members, but it would have been great to have those documents in an AIM so that we can all be looking from the same sheet of information. Thank you.
Ms. Alto.
Thank you. So I think when it comes to an appropriation resolution or assembly memorandum doing a contract, so approving a contract, I think a contract is very different than in an action resolution where we're making policy statements. So I think there's a difference or differentiation between the two. Also, if we're going to do AIMs, I guess some of my caution would be laying them on the table. And that is concerning because often the associated AIM with something like approving a contract usually comes from the department asking for the contract to be approved. And so it's harder than to vet. Like I vetted this item for the contract being approved based on what was being provided by the department. There's new information here, and yes, I can consider it, but I don't know. It feels like it's different than a policy document where members will be providing each other information to support the policy of the municipality or the policy choice. With that, though, it sounds like this isn't a popular motion, so I'll withdraw it.
Second agree? Yeah, okay, both parties. Yeah, I think if Mr. Gates were here, he would probably tell us there's a long history of dueling AIMs within our history, but he isn't here. But I think if you scoured the record, you would see it's a favored form. Thank you. So we have before us the main motion, Ms. Brawley.
Yes, thank you. And I have just a question probably for someone in the clerk's office. And maybe while we identify that, my question is just to clarify, so as I understand it, the information previously raised about concerns about some of the equipment being faulty in other jurisdictions, but Anchorage, the equipment that we have currently is not identified as one of those faulty items. And then it looks like what's in this particular item is a contract approval for software licensing and hardware warranties. So we're not talking about physical items, we're talking about software. So I just wanted to confirm if that's the case.
Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You are correct. This is for licenses and warranties for products we already own. And that equipment was purchased, I believe, in 2017 through an RFP process. And it's they're called Image Cast Adjudication and Image Cast Central. That's the scanning, tabulation, and adjudication system. And they are not the Image Cast X, which is referred to in the the first AIM.
Thank you. So just to briefly restate, so there may be a bad batch, or there has been identified a bad batch of machines that this municipality does not own, has not owned, and that ours has already been determined to be legitimate machines. And so we are simply paying for the ongoing use of those through a software license and a hardware warranty.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. And if it's my understanding from the letter in the second AIM that it was a software build, a particular software build in the other products that we don't own. And I think we know that software is upgraded all the time, and so it's possible that a software upgrade had been completed.
Thank you. Then I have no concerns.
Thank you. Mr. Cross.
Yeah, and I understand that. I understand this is a hardware warranties, but in the future, I hope we'll take a look, and when we have to update our equipment, we have a choice. We either look to the federal government and the Cybersecurity Commission in stating that Dominion knowingly sold us faulty equipment, or we look at the letter from Dominion that says that there's no problems and trust their equipment, which is our other document. So, thank you.
Thank you. And I believe I wouldn't be going out on a limb by asserting that the CISA has reviewed our elections process. Is that a true statement? And they found our elections process to be secure?
Yeah, they did an audit of our cybersecurity process and provided us with, we don't have a written report, but I have a verbal report from them that we are at standard.
Right.
At standard. We're not.
We're within the standards.
Yes.
Of a secure election. So there is some good news. And with that, I hear you, Mr. Cross, and I don't disagree. We should look closely at these contracts. Always. Anyone else? Hearing, seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the contract. On a vote of 9-3 and the youth member votes,
Yes.
yes, AM 665-2023 has passed the body. Next, we'll roll back up the calendar to 10B7, if there's no objection. 10B7 is not there. 10B7 is AR 2023 unnumbered, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly setting a policy position for the FY 2024 municipal budgets as a continuation budget and identified priorities. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. This item was pulled by Ms. Brawley. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. And we earlier spoke to the justification for the timing of this and laying it on the table. As stated before, this is a resolution providing general policy priorities for by the Assembly as guidance to the administration as they continue to prepare the draft budget that is due at the beginning of October. We had a great discussion about this on Friday. It represents some of the items that were brought up by members, and I'll just turn folks to Section 1 in particular, which highlights some of the high-level priorities that should look familiar because they're things that the municipality has been dealing with for multiple years and that the Assembly has supported for multiple years.
Thank you. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. I'm going to add on to what Ms. Brawley said and then move an amendment. I wanted to call out a few of these budget priorities. I think it's really important. The first is that the Assembly really thinks we should look to do a continuation budget. With the high level of vacancies in the municipality, our budget in 2023 should definitely come in underspent. It shouldn't be overspent. So starting with 2023 as a benchmark and moving forward makes good sense. And then we can tackle, and I think 2023 already does a lot of this, winter maintenance, public safety and emergency services, looking at fiscal responsibility. This one got a resounding discussion at the work session, all in the same direction, encouraging recruitment, retention of employees to fill current vacancies and reduce turnover and provide opportunities for employee development, position within the municipality as a more competitive employer. And then really wanting to call out the independent nature of our enterprise and utilities budgets, and to the greatest extent possible, balancing funding priorities among the 3 dedicated areas of the alcohol tax, supporting housing development and continued opportunities to address the housing crisis. And this one is also very much worth calling out, appropriately bond for capital improvement projects based on the capital improvement program and not overly rely on requesting funding from the state where projects could be delayed. We did try to ask the state for assistance with capital projects last year, and most of them went unfunded, which means we're already 1 year behind on those. And so with that, I would move Constant and Zalatel Amendment number 1.
Second.
There's a motion to amend by Ms. Zalatel, a second by Member Volland. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. This just adds another priority, which is public access to assembly meetings through streaming, broadcasting, and other means. If you're in those chambers, you will know the chambers are a little bit dated and the technology in the chambers is a little bit dated. We often talk about the YouTube stream, and so this is to really make sure we get a chance to assess that, and we talk about that as a budget priority. And then additional issues. One is revenue earned by the Anchorage Fire Department, whether that's supplemental emergency medical transport funds or ambulance transport fees, are for the operation and capital needs of the fire department and should not be used as a revenue source for other general government needs. Additionally, that money earned by the fire department should not result in a reduction from other funding sources to the fire department. When the fire department is earning more money through those 2 means, it often means overtime, more wear and tear on vehicles. Earning those fees doesn't come without a cost. And so really letting the fire department figure out how to strategically use those earnings. It's something we do similarly with the police department around some of the fines they collect. And then as part of the 24 budgeting process, the one we're entering, get the 2022 year-end closeout. We still do not have the audited financials from last year so that we can understand any fund balances left over from 2022 as one of many fund sources as we strategically consider how to move forward in 24. So it's really trying to say, hey, it's time to get those 2022 financials closed out. If there is any fund balance, bring that forward to us, or if there are any deficits, bring those forward to us, and we can consider this all as a package in this budgeting process. Thank you.
So I put myself in the queue briefly. Ms. Zalatel.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So I did inquire after hearing from some folks about this amendment or discussing this amendment, the issue of the 2022 books, and I got a note from the acting CFO. The books for 2022 were basically closed the end of last week, and my staffs and I went through the 2022 year-end fund balance worksheets just before he left. He's out of town right now. And there were a couple of minor things for the controller's department to review this week that might impact the numbers, but essentially the 2022 fund numbers are more or less finalized. He did want us to note, which is kind of not germane to the amendment slightly, but that while there's a lot of COVID money that we've received back, almost all of it, it won't book until 2023. And so there's still going to be what appears to be a substantial gap. And the controller will begin closing 2023 months as quickly as possible. So essentially, we can look forward to next week a substantial report on the fund balance.
Thank you, Mr. Constant.
All right, on the amendment, anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12-0 and the youth member votes,
yes,
the amendment has passed. Next, we have the main motion. Anyone wish to speak to the main motion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. on a vote of 12-0, and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes. 10B7, an unnumbered AR resolution of the Anchorage Assembly setting a policy position for the FY 2024 municipal budgets has passed on a vote of 12-0. Next, we have item 10D5. 10D5, Assembly Memorandum AM 675-2023, Amendment Number 5 to non-encumbering contract number 4400001117 with Rent-A-Can Toilet Company, Inc. to provide portable chemical toilet rental and cleaning. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Johnson, seconded by Mr. Vera. Mr. Johnson, you pulled this item?
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, this is my fault. I just noticed this involves a prior appropriation and the contracts under it from which I was excused.
Okay.
So if I could be excused because this is specifically related to homelessness, and I presume at places that the coalition provides outreach services.
Ms. Salatel, you are excused. We have a conflict. Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. First off, I believe I support this memorandum, and certainly I recognize the need for sanitation in and around the city, and particularly in the large homeless camps. My question is if perhaps somebody from Parks and Rec or the purchasing director could speak to this specific need and the funds here. And just the reason I'm asking the question is we had a special assembly meeting on September 5th where we passed a resolution approaching an additional $220,000, which was specifically intended to assist with mitigation at large camps. And I believe improving sanitation and more portable toilets was part of what we were hoping to address with that funding source. So is this contract amendment essentially utilizing some of those funds from that resolution, or are we talking about above and beyond that additional $220,000 that we now think we need another $160,000 in order to meet sanitary needs?
Yeah, great question. And so through the chair, thank you. The current contract capacity runs through February 24th, and this additional $160,000 would allow us to pay for toilets and hand washing stations that hadn't been planned to use at the large camps around town. To answer your question, this will be paid for by vacant positions or funding for positions that weren't filled this year. The funding, the $220,000 from the AO that you referenced, we'll use that for outdoor cleaning, similar to last year when we staffed the Healthy Spaces team up from its traditional winter level to the summer level.
You still have the floor, Mr. Johnson. That was Mr. Braniff, Parks Director.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I do support this motion. I just think it's worth highlighting perhaps the fact then that just in the last 2 weeks we've recognized the need for additional, I don't know, we're talking about almost $500,000 or almost $400,000 to kind of address the crisis that we're seeing in these camps right now. And I think back to the beginning of summer when we talked about how we would address homelessness, and the cost was a concern that came up in that discussion. And here we are at the back end of summer and suddenly having to find and reappropriate funds to make sure that we're able to just provide a very basic level of humanity here, and just something that I will keep in mind as we move into the conversation next year. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, just wanted to clarify for that $220,000. Of that $220,000, the only dollars that the Parks and Rec Department had access to is $60,500, so they couldn't use the total amount for this or any other appropriation. Just wanted to make sure that was clear. Thank you.
Ms. Braga.
So I was looking closely at this too, and I was looking at other cities and the amount, like $75,000 a month in Portland, and then they're being lit on fire and the graffiti. And I wonder, do we have a damage waiver program on the porta-cans do we end up paying extra for the ones that are damaged? What happens with that? Sorry.
Mike Braniff, Parks and Rec, through the chair. Thank you for the question, Assemblymember Bronga. It's a good question because it challenges our contractor who provides this service for us, essentially because it's a problem that we're working on to take better care of our contractor because they're losing money with the cans that go to the large camps, whereas they've priced things to make a reasonable profit on the cans that go to all the other parks. They don't charge us for cans that are burned down historically. Perhaps half a dozen, I think, would be a pretty typical number in past summers. I don't know the exact number, but this year there's been quite a few more. And it's something that we're working with other municipal departments to put out a separate contract for units to go specifically to the camps and be priced appropriately.
Thanks so much. I wondered, and I couldn't find anything, but half doors, do they have anything like that? I mean, getting creative on ways to still be dignified, but well-lit spaces, I imagine, is something you're looking at with the new lighting?
Yeah, I think we're looking broadly at what a few different approaches would be. You know, with our current approach, our contractor provides the cans and the cleaning, and I think going forward, we could take an approach where we buy our own cans and hire somebody to clean them. We could employ our own people to clean them, and we could buy more robust cans made of different materials. We're really at the beginning of that process, but these are the questions that we're looking to answer based on the experiences that we're having.
And I wanted to also kind of echo Mr. Johnson's comments, but we've heard and have pretty good evidence that without the cans, bags of feces are being dumped in Campbell Creek and Chester Creek, and people are recreating. This hasn't been a summer that's really warm to get in those bodies of water, but children, people regularly float Campbell Creek and wade in it, and when we're having large volumes of feces in the creeks, that's a problem.
I think it's fair to say that when we provide cans at the locations that we have been, that it has less negative impacts on recreation and also the environment. So.
Right, I have myself in the queue, and I'll just say to the point both members just made, it's not a new conversation. I put forward an item in a bond some years ago for purchasing of durable toilets, and there is a broader conversation happening about a bond proposal to purchase what are called the Portland Loo. A number of them, they're not cheap, but they are durable and they don't provide more privacy than necessary, but at the same time they function really well. And so this conversation will be coming around, and they wouldn't just be for places where unhoused people are. They would be for a number of locations in the town because we have a functional problem. There's nowhere for people to go to the bathroom other than public buildings or places you have to pay to go. And so public buildings close at 5 p.m. or the library at 9, and there's nowhere to go. So we, in some ways, have a duty to figure this out for the broader community, and that measure will be coming forth probably, maybe this year, but for sure within the next 2 years. So, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I'll refrain from referring to a children's book that reminds us all that we all have the same human functions. But I just want to emphasize, building on what Chair Constant said, it's important to remember that everybody uses these facilities. Granted, if some of them are in camps where folks experiencing homelessness are living right now, then that may not be as accessible to the general public. But I remember seeing kids at Fish Creek Park, having to essentially squat in the woods because there was no porta potty there. And I've been in that position myself when I was out skiing in the winter at Goose Lake Park and trying to struggle. Thankfully, there was a porta potty there, so I did not have to expose anybody else to my person. But I think, again, it's really important to understand that we should separate the discussion about public facilities for basic human functions from only talking about folks experiencing homelessness. And I want to also note that more and more the restrooms in buildings in this town, including in our own city hall, are not accessible to the public, or at least there is a barrier to using them. There is a code, there's a key, there's an expectation that you've spent money at an establishment before you can use it. And so we are actually moving backwards from where we were a few years ago. And so I second the need for public restrooms, and I look forward to working on that bond
bond proposal.
Mr. Terrell.
Yeah, just to echo everything that's been said, I think ample opportunity to access restrooms is basically a human right, I think, for both those who are unhomed and just the general public. I think it just provides, it's a public safety and both biohazard risk to let feces float down the river or go in the woods. So I highly support this.
Mr. Cross.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's against having nice bathrooms that people can use when they use them. The problem is the lack of respect that a small contingency has for public property, and they destroy it. And then we don't have it. And then it's nothing nice that we can use. So I don't know what that looks like as far as enforcing our laws and making sure people that are intentionally damaging these facilities that we keep dumping money into, what that looks like. But, you know, we all support having, good hygiene, having nice things, and having a safe place for our children to play. But there's a very, very small portion that is responsible for destroying our public facilities, and it's unfortunate. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11-0 with one member recused, the youth member votes
Yes.
AM 675-2023 has passed the body. We can call Ms. Zalatel back in, please. Next, we have item 10F4. 10F4 is Information Memorandum, AIM 172-2023, memorandum regarding OEO compliance with legal requirements for investigation of employee complaints. What's will of the body?
Move to accept.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to accept by Mr. Volland and a second by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zalatel, you have the floor. You pulled it.
Yep, move to postpone to the meeting of October 24, so there's time to set for a work session.
There's a motion to postpone to the meeting of October 24th. I know it's a simple motion to accept, but there's some conversation to be had. Is there a second?
Second for purposes of discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Go ahead.
Thank you. It's my understanding that the administration has some response to the memorandum, and that we then could have that response and have a discussion between what's in the OEO report, what the administration's view is, and make sure we are hopefully coming to some agreement on what needs to move forward for purposes of OEO compliance. It would be, in my view, better to do that with some joint understanding and agreements, because ultimately OEO, the administration of OEO is in the administration's purview. And so I would like to make space to accept, or to have that conversation before we just simply accept this. It's always nice to keep us on a timeline to do that, and this keeps that conversation as a priority, knowing that we'll need to come back and still accept this item formally into the record. Thank you.
Myself, and thank you.
Mr. Constable.
Yeah, and just a slight nuance to that. I'm hopeful that the administration, if has a position, they will, through an AIM or an AM, some form of document, introduce it to ride with this item, so when it's finally accepted, all the records are together in one place. So it's, for me, just a housekeeping issue. Let's postpone it so they can get their opinions in a way that is meaningful, and then we can have a work session and discuss it all. Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone to October 24. On a vote of 12-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
AM 172-2023 has been postponed to the meeting of October 24th. We will schedule a work session. We look forward to hearing what the issues are, so we can have a conversation also with the contractor to make sure we didn't miss something. Next on the agenda, we have item 10F5. 10F5 is Information Memorandum, AIM 172-2023, Complex Behavioral Health Needs Community Task Force Intermediate to Long Range long-term solution recommendations. What's the will of the body?
Move to accept.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Volland. Mr. Rivera, you pulled the item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to offer a huge thanks to all of the members of the Complex Behavioral Health Needs Task Force for their work since May on this issue. I think they provided us with a great report that we can use both internal to the municipality and also take to the state as we advocate for more state resources, which is, I know, something that both the administration and the assembly are aligned on. I'm working with the chair to get a work session on everyone's calendars later this month so that we can go through this report in more detail. But for today, I encourage everyone to accept it. Thanks.
Anyone wish to discuss the matter? Hearing and seeing.
I mean, there's.
Oh, you are in the queue. I'm sorry, you popped in. Mr.
I
Volland.
also want to thank our legislative services team, Claire Ross and Allie Hartman. They really worked very hard to make the task force and the summit happen. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12-0 and the youth member votes?
Yes.
Yes, AIM 173-2023 has been accepted. Next, we have item 10F7. 10F7 is AIM 175-2023, Internal Audit Report 2023-05, Annual Municipal Purchase Card Review, Purchasing Department. What's the will of the body?
Move to accept.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Vaughn. Mr. Rivera, you pulled this item?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just wanted to pull this, talk a little bit about it. First, just thanks to the great work on this audit from internal audit, and a big thanks to the departments for really clamping down on P-card misuse. Just to highlight, I think in my eyes, one of the big successes here. So this audit particularly looks at a few different categories, one of them being split purchases using P-cards. And in the audit, it identified that in 2021, there were approximately 63 split purchases. That has gone down to 27 split purchases in 2022, a substantial reduction. There's still room for progress, and the audit talks about that, but I'm pleased by the work that the departments are doing and want to encourage them to keep training, keep enforcing P-card policies so that future audits look even better. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Salt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to ask the purchasing manager a quick question. I agree with Member Rivera that a lot of good things are happening, but are you taking steps or actions to reduce the number of findings in the future for next year's audit?
Welcome. The microphone's off. Yeah, there you go.
Through the chair, Assembly Member Salt. Excuse me. Yes, we actually have. We had a announcement today that JP Morgan has finally turned on the receipt imaging, so we'll be able to scan receipts into the system. And our IT department is very close to activating that as well, so there'll be some redundancy there. Also, we recently initiated an email group that goes to all P-card holders, so we will be sending them reminders to reconcile their P-cards, reminding them about the rules, what they can and cannot charge on P-cards, reminding them that split charges are not allowable. And we're also going to use that platform to send out an annual training that will go through our, gosh, I can't recall what the training system is we use, Litmos, I believe. It will send out an email to them. Annually, they'll be asked to go through a training. They'll be asked several questions at the end of that training to verify that they understand what's going on. And we're also going to be using it to send out a reminder. Since we now can do the receipt imaging, we're going to take several receipts and use them as examples on what to write in the description area of the JP Morgan website.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you. So I guess members may proceed to vote. diffuse. On a vote of 12-0 and the youth member votes,
Yes.
item 10F7, AIM 175-2023 has been accepted. Next, we have item 10G5, Mr. Salt.
I move to approve.
Move to introduce.
Move to introduce.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Cross.
A third.
Third by Mr. Rivera. That was the final action on that, but if you want a moment of privilege.
Yeah, real quick, I just want to understand when we get to item 14B, how this interacts with 14B.
Yeah, well, for sure that'll be a conversation on 14B. Thank you. So that item has been introduced. Mr. Cross, so Salt, Cross, and Rivera. With that, we're going to go ahead and take our scheduled dinner break, and we'll come back for the last handful of items shortly. I think we're good to go back on the record. So next up on the agenda, we have item 11A, which is AM 651-2023, Plating Board, Skylar Quinn. There's no motion pending. This was first introduced and postponed from 8/22/2023 for a 10-day public comment period. So what's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Cross. Any discussion? No? Okay, I'll briefly just state, Mr. Quinn has participated in a number of our housing policy processes and has been engaged pretty well with home builders and other organizations. I think he's well qualified. If there's no one else, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12-0 and the youth member votes,
Yes.
AM 651-2023 has passed the body. Thank you, Mr. Quinn. Next, we have item 11B. AM 619-2023, MOA Trust Fund Board of Trustees, Jeff Sins, Ross Griswold, Ty Schaumer, Alex Livka, Travis Frisk, Julie Farley. This item was postponed from 8/8/2023 with no motion pending. There's an A version, so I think I would ask for the motion to be the A version, and there's also AM 169-2023. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve the A.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatal, seconded by Mr. Volland, the A version. Anyone wish to speak to this item?
Briefly.
Ms. Alatel.
Thank you. I just wanted to express thanks to Acting Chief Fiscal Officer Alden Thurn and Acting Municipal Treasurer Mr. Cipriano for acting very quickly to get this board together, for bringing forward well-qualified candidates. We had the opportunity to do a work session confirmation hearing with them. It was really great to hear from them, their philosophies on investing. This is kind of a little bit of the who's who of former chief fiscal officers, and a lot of them are still currently working in the community. So it's that nice blend of municipal experience as well as community experience, and they are all very much invested in making sure our municipality has the funds it needs to run well. And they all really understand their fiduciary role. So with that, I would urge your support. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking here in the binder at AM 619-2023. I don't see the A version in here, so I don't know if somebody can point to where I should look. Or perhaps just explain what's different between the A version and what we have here.
Mr. Johnson, it's on the computer documents. If you go to documents, and it's the same place where you go to get in the queue. It'll say go to documents instead of request to speak. And then there's the A. And what it does is on seat number 3, it shifts the vacancy from 1014-27 to 1014-25. That is the primary change.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to state briefly, I just want to give kudos to the administration for bringing forward a competent, very competent, and non-controversial slate for us to consider on this very critical inaugural board. So just want to thank you for that. Thank you.
Mr. Byrd.
Through the chair to Member Rivera, thank you, much appreciated, and through the chair to Member Johnson, I think Member Zalatel answered the question that I was trying to answer, so thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep, thank you, and I'll just put myself in briefly and say, similar to what Mr. Rivera said, thankful for a strong slate of appointees. The purpose of this board for the public's benefit is to become the fiduciary board that manages the funds in our trust accounts and or our main trust account. The funds after the sale of ML&P became so substantial that it makes no sense, and it's just too much liability to have one individual serving as the fiduciary. And the timing was such that our former treasurer retired, and this was his last act on the way out the door. So I'd say thank you to him as well for helping us all get to this point. The voters also. So if there's no one else, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AM 619-2023A has passed the body. Congratulations and get to work. 11C, AO 2023-80, an ordinance authorizing the retention of tax foreclosed properties for public purposes and disposal for less than fair market value to the Anchorage Community Development Authority Real Estate Department. Public hearing was closed 8/22/2023. Action was postponed from 8/20/20 8/20/22/23. No motion is pending. Ms. Zolotel.
Move to postpone to the meeting of October 10.
Second.
There is a motion to postpone by Ms. Zolotel, a second by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you. I asked that the email from the real estate director be shared with you all, but I had the opportunity to meet briefly with Ms. Helzer, Mr. Hurt, as to the implications of a recent Supreme Court decision, which is why we had postponed it in the first place. They're going to take that back and create a new version of this. And my understanding as well from Mr. Robbins is they have some further developments on the Fireweed property. And so there should be a request for a work session coming in to talk specifically about that further development, taking our feedback that we gave at the prior work session for the Friday before the 10th. So they believe, though, on the 10th, they'll be ready to go with a more complete S version package. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So anyone else wish to speak this item? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Oh, Ms. Bronca, I'm sorry.
I just wondered, Ms. Zolotel, if at that meeting, are we asking that there's actually a plan for those properties? I know when this was originally brought forward, we were going to mow maybe Fireweed and maybe the other one was, so can we ask for a better plan that shows that this is for the public good?
Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you. Yes, that is the intention, particularly with the Fireweed property. The other one had been more fleshed out at that meeting.
Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AO 2023-80 has been postponed to the meeting of October 10th. Thank you. All right, next we're on to the new public hearings. Next we have item 14A, Resolution AR 2023-252, a resolution confirming the 2023 assessment role and levying special assessments for services on property especially benefited in the Downtown Improvement District Special Assessment District 1SD 97.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zolotel. I didn't catch who the second was. Mr. Volland? Okay. Moved by Ms. Zolotel, second by Member Volland. Ms. Zolotel.
Actually, Mr. Chair, just a quick point of order. I do think that there was a member of the public who was slowly coming up. Yeah, sorry.
I'm sorry.
Oh, well, then there you go. We don't.
Sorry, next time speak up. We'll go ahead and reopen the public hearing.
I'll move to reopen.
Oh, okay, we won't reopen the public hearing. Radhika, come on up. Ms.
Thank you. Seeing that the director of the Anchorage Downtown Partnership is here, I wonder if she could weigh in on this item briefly. Thank you.
Sure. I won't speak for too long. I'll just provide a little bit of history on the assessment, which I'm sure everyone is familiar with. It was created in 1997 for the purpose of providing supplemental services in downtown Anchorage. Ever since then, our organization, the Downtown Partnership, has manage that district. We provide clean and safe services, and we run many of the public events that are in downtown. I just want to share with you some of the impacts that our programs have made as part of this assessment for the last 27 years and hopefully into the future. In August, we removed 64 cubic yards of trash from downtown and responded to 46 requests for graffiti cleanup, power washing, and other support for downtown businesses. Every single day, our clean team provides services throughout downtown, including all sidewalk snow removal, power washing and sidewalk cleaning, litter and graffiti cleanup, servicing downtown's public trash cans, and responding to requests from business and property owners downtown. We also have safety ambassadors. Our Safe Ambassador team walks every block of downtown in every shift, covering 16 miles a day. They observe and report areas needing additional maintenance, conduct welfare checks, and call emergency and non-emergency services when needed. They also respond to requests for help from members of the public. In August, they conducted 154 welfare checks. That's making sure that members of the public who may seem to be in need of help or may not be responsive are connected to emergency services. And they also assisted with 25 immediately unsafe situations that they encountered in downtown. In just one example from last month, they were able to save somebody who was in oncoming traffic. So our Save Ambassadors work as the eyes and ears of downtown and keep members of the public safe when they can. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I'm also happy to answer any questions from downtown business or property owners who you may encounter who might want to know more about our services. Thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Salatil? All right, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. And I also have a question for Ms. Krishna. So as I understand, this has been in place for a long time. So my question is, are there any significant changes to the current system that's proposed here, or are we reauthorizing what's already in place?
Yes, my understanding is that this is only to hear errors and objections to the rates or maybe the specific properties. What's not at question here is the approval of the Downtown Improvement District in general. That comes up every 10 years for a vote.
Thank you.
And I would argue that even the rates are hard for them to argue at this point. They can come and share their concerns. And we did actually receive a concern from somebody who owns property in the downtown edge who lives outside and has their second or third home down there and was wondering what was the value for them. And so we sent them a letter. Anyhow, anyone else? All right, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AR 2023-252 has passed the body. Ms. Alatel.
Thank you. As we turn to the next item, it involves funding for emergency cold weather shelters, specifically in a form which is non-congregate emergency cold weather shelter, which the coalition has weighed in on and actually has a current op-ed published about right now. So I would ask to be excused.
It's the determination of the chair that yes, you do in fact have a conflict on this item, a substantial personal or professional interest. So on this item, AR 2023-286, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly reappropriating $2,435,750.98 of previously appropriated American Rescue Plan Act funds and $3,488,315.28 of previously reappropriated funds for the Adult Shelter and/or Navigation Center to the Operating Projects Committed General Fund. Someone waive reading for me, please.
Waive reading.
Thank you. That's a long one. So the public hearing on this item is now open. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. The mic is off. There you go.
Hi, my name is Brian Witzke. I go by Bree, she and her pronouns. 13 years transgender female Alaskan, all over Anchorage. I'm sure you guys are aware I've been doing what I can this year to help facilitate our homeless situation in many ways. I say this is probably one of the smartest moves that we've made all year in the direction of having some form of a plan for this up and coming winter, as our death count will definitely jump very quickly here soon. Snow is halfway down the mountain, the backside of Eagle River. It's been there for over a week. We're probably going to have an early fall of summer, or early fall of snow. I do say that, if we're going to make this appropriation, that we make sure the right minds are there to appropriate these funds. Certain bodies of our administration have shown the lack of ability to be where they're supposed to be when they're supposed to be there, so let's make sure that the Assembly is paying close attention to the funds so we don't lose any where it could make a difference. I know that many of you guys have been elbow deep and in the trenches with us as far as the city goes about the homeless situation. I appreciate every last effort from everyone. There's no one side more than the other. We're all in it together. I would like to see some of this funds go to our aspects of services for our public service officers, the ones that come out in the vans, our sleep-off tanks, and look at what it will take to start separating the homeless from the drug abusers. The sooner we can get the fentanyl in control and the specs that it's illegal to be high on fentanyl in public, it is to be drunk in public, to be smoking fentanyl in bathrooms, we'll have our bathrooms back. The sooner we can take the responsibility of people dying in bathrooms and gas stations, the gas stations will open them again. When we can get our workers off of drugs and back into places of employment, they'll quit closing their doors. It's groundwork. We need to get back onto the groundwork. We need to get back to the basics, the principles. What is it going to take to get our workforce back? We are 600,000 residents, not 700,000 residents to a state. We are the largest city. If we don't function, the state does not function. We need to figure out what it is that's going to make that difference. If it's mental health, if it's us as citizens that we need to start looking at stopping the petty theft to make sure that the police can get there because they're understaffed. Then the administration needs to look at how we can get funding and get their butts back in their chair where they're supposed to be during a meeting so we can find ways to get our police officers on the force and busy working. They are understaffed. They are overworked. Citizens, it's time to step up. Maybe it's time we need to start bringing in local militia, as in the past, in our history, has shown, has been beneficial when the system is failing. And when the administration is not even in their chair during a meeting they're supposed to be, we know it's failing. Thank you, Assembly meters. Thank you, Assembly guys. You guys are here doing your job.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Please, now is the time. Welcome. Please state your name and what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Arigato to kapkivsio vanga akuchuglu matamagalu panigpagalu. Taipanalu, I'm Allison Akuchuk Warden. I'm an artist and I recently moved back to Anchorage in March. Arigato to kapkivsi, good to see all of you. I am fairly new to this issue as I've been living in Fairbanks. And I have been unhoused twice in my life. Once in Seattle, living in my car, and once in London, living in a squat. So I have a personal connection to this issue. I recently volunteered with Duke Russell, who does go into the camps and has food there. And I just wanted to extend the invitation to each of you that can hear my voice to come and be my friend. I don't know how you feel about Duke personally, but you could, like me, and be my friend and come with me to our feeding of the people. It's very intense, sombering, and it's just quick in and out. So you'll be there like an hour and a half, and it goes by pretty quickly. So if you'd like to come in, we're going tomorrow, and so please contact me. I can leave my email address with a clerk or my phone number. And we'll be going tomorrow and on Sunday. I know that people there are thirsty. It's hard when we run out of food and they still want food. It can be, for me, people need basic things like blankets. We do have a giveaway table. I think if you come and see it for yourself, you can get an idea of what's going on. So that's my main thing, is that I wanted to invite all of you to come with me as my friend. And I was wondering if anyone saw the series called The Wire. Have you seen The Wire? It reminds me of Amsterdam. Remember Amsterdam in The Wire, season 3 of The Wire? If you haven't seen that, it's like a dystopian place. I talked to Duke. We feed they make about 250 sandwiches and about 100 people come. And on Sundays there's breakfast. And we did oatmeal this Sunday. And former Mayor Ethan Berkowitz was there. So I invite all of you to come and be there. And I just have 14 more minutes, or 14 more seconds. Oh my goodness, I had so many things to say. Okay, Kuya Nak, thank you.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
So we moved our agenda tonight to take up another item after this one, which is regarding the potential for a site for additional shelter services for the winter. You remember that conversation?
Yes.
So would you just briefly, because we're out of time, share what your thoughts are on the idea I shared with you?
I would not worry about the optics of sending people to a place that is perceived as a trash facility. I know when I was myself personally in a situation where I was living in my car or, living in a place, I think these people, I don't know, I've seen it and I've been there and I know some of them. They're from the Arctic, and so that was really hard for me. I would say that a shelter is better than no shelter. I feel like as long as they're respected and honored as individuals, that's one thing that Duke is really clear about when we're serving the people. There's a lot of, like, hi, welcome, and joking, and we're not focused, and so we just make them feel like, hey, you're okay, I'm okay. It's a funny situation. If they're treated with dignity and respect wherever they are, then I feel like don't worry about the optics of where specifically that building is my opinion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Public hearing on this item is still open. If you want to speak, go ahead and line up. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Eric Glad. I live in District 1. I would like just to point out that although the emergency shelter plan, I realize, does not obligate the community to spend any money on sheltering, and that the prospect of spending some money, even if it's an inadequate amount to completely meet the needs of the community, is better than not spending any at all, which was the case before COVID, and federal dollars washed through the system and finally got the community to start participating more actively in providing shelter, including during the winter. I would also like to point out, however, that to the extent this appropriation is meant to reflect the municipality's obligation to enact the emergency shelter plan as enacted in code, October 15th is not on time. Today is not on time. September 7th was the date that the temperature dropped to 45 degrees. As soon as the temperature drops to 45 degrees, the code provides that the plan is to be automatically enacted. And as far as I can tell, it has not been. That said, also, there's a provision in the code for the health department director to enact the code during any time of year when the lack of available shelter produces a risk to the health and well-being of the community. And that could have been enacted at any time since the closing of the Sullivan Arena, and it was not. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve the S version.
Second.
We have a motion to approve the S version by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Volin. Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I know we have several amendments, but I'm hoping that perhaps myself and Ms. Brawley can just set some foundation before we get into those amendments. So I'm just going to start with some broad strokes. Any good emergency shelter plan is going to have two parts to it: how we're going to fund it and how we're going to implement it. So I just want to be clear that the discussion that we're having today is the first half of that equation, how we're going to fund it. I want to thank Member Brawley for her work on identifying funds, which is the first half of the resolution. She's going to do a much better job than me in talking about the mechanics of the funding and discussion, so I'll leave that to her. Very capable hands. The second half of the resolution is setting policy for how these funds should be spent and are really just best practices for how any shelter should be run, period. Just as a quick aside, from a policy standpoint, this resolution really looks at warming areas in the same light as emergency shelter, mainly because that's how the Anchorage Health Department presented these concepts to us. In my opinion, though, these are really two different concepts. Emergency shelter is for folks who are unhoused. Warming areas are for really all parts of our community who need a warm place to stay for whatever reason. This concept is used frequently in large cities in the lower 48, especially these last couple of summers when we've seen record-breaking heat waves. Cooling areas has been a concept implemented in large cities, not just for folks who are unhoused, but for all parts of the community. So in the future, you're probably going to be seeing some type of ordinance from me that looks at clarifying the purpose and scope of warming areas, just so it's very clear and we don't jumble these ideas. Moving on, I just want to highlight one of the core policy sections. Section 7 really sets the stage for success and 100% aligns with the idea that we are a housing-first municipality. Any stays at emergency winter shelter should be a maximum of 90 days with a heavy focus on successfully transitioning folks into housing. That's a very different frame of mind from how we've really ever done emergency shelter. Emergency winter shelter, I should say. It's frankly been a warehouse situation in the past with a focus on housing at the tail end. This flips that narrative to focusing on housing from the very moment someone comes into the door in need of emergency winter shelter. So with today's vote, we're going to be providing certainty that there will be funding for emergency winter shelter through December. We're going to come back to funding for January through April later this year during the November budget process. We're also going to be setting some parameters for success of these emergency winter shelter locations, and I think that's critical. Now, it's all going to be coming down to the implementation, the second half of that equation. We're not doing that today. I know the Anchorage Health Department has been really hard at work to make that happen, and I look forward to hearing where we are with implementation at the Housing and Homelessness Committee meeting next week. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll wait to do my amendment until later.
Thank you. I have Mr. Cross.
Yeah, I just want a clarification just to simplify it for me. So these funds were designated for projects that either didn't go through or fell apart for whatever reason, and we're pulling these funds into another so that they're readily accessible for cold weather sheltering. Is that correct? Just to summarize it so that we can rapidly expend those funds when necessary? Is that Anna?
So for the most part, yes. And so this is, there's a lot of specific other pieces. These are items that have been identified by the administration and confirmed to be essentially unspent funds. For the most part, we'll get to one of the amendments. And then additionally, it does put that funding into, it takes those pieces of funding, puts them in a fund that the health department can access. However, the piece that also still needs to happen is approval of contracts and more specific appropriation of these funds. So we're essentially, step one is moving all of it into the same bucket, and then step two, referring to what Mr. Rivera said about what the plan is, moving forward and being able to expend those funds.
Okay, and those funds won't be, and just to follow up, if I may, Chair.
You have the floor.
So those funds, we will still secondly, Assembly will have to approve those. It just won't be, I mean, whatever. We put them in a fund and then we'll have to approve how they're spent a second time.
Yes, that's
Thank you.
correct.
I would add slight caveat that there are some exceptions in Title VII, but for the very most part, that is correct. Ms. Brawley, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll briefly just add, part of the challenge that we have been addressing and some of the mechanics of this resolution is really thinking about the fact that the winter is going to span 2 fiscal years. And so we're really focused on getting funding as soon as possible this year in 2023, but we also want to make sure that come January 1st, 2024, that those funds are not lapsing or being unavailable for the rest of the winter. So this does not do all of those pieces, but just to say that that the amount is probably higher than what will need to be spent in 2023, and that is intentional, and it sets us up for being able to reappropriate those funds in the FY24 budget so that they're available again on January 1st, as opposed to what typically happens where we look at fund balance and leftover funding somewhere in April to May during first quarter budget revisions, or I should say actually April. And then I would also like to move Brawley and Rivera amendment number 1.
Second. Motion to amend has been made by Ms. Brawley and seconded by, I believe, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Brawley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this amendment is actually removing a small piece of funding. So this is one of the helpful consequences of putting something on the agenda and then having a public hearing at a later meeting, which is we had the opportunity to hear from anyone whose funding was on the table for reuse. And so what we did is hear back from the organization Arctic Entries. And so they have identified that their funding, while it has not been spent to date, that they still do intend to spend the funds, that they have made an effort to work with the administration. And so it sounds like there was some challenges in terms of the timing and communication. And so our intent is not to take those funds from organizations that do still intend to use them. And this is a very small amount of $7,000 total, and so it will not materially impact our ability to do the rest. And so this simply proposes removing those and makes the necessary changes in the ordinance, or in the resolution.
So I have a queue. I don't think folks are in the queue to speak on the amendment, but I'll walk through it. Mr. Johnson, Ms. Bronga, Mr. Rivera, Mr. Rolland. All right, so anyone else wish to speak to the amendment? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Parrish, the public hearing closed on this item.
I have a question.
The public hearing closed on this item.
So there's no questions?
It's too late, yeah. So on a vote of 11-0 and the youth member votes,
Yes.
the amendment number 1 has passed. Next, we have more amendments? No? Okay, so we'll come back to you in a minute, then we have some other folks in the queue. Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking through the S version here, and it's, first off, I want to say my appreciation to the members who prepared this. This was obviously not a simple project and came together in a very timely manner, so kudos. But I was wondering if there's anyone from the administration who could perhaps offer comment. I see that it looks like the intent is to be fairly broad in terms of how the health department can deploy these funds, but I was wondering if perhaps the homeless coordinator could just say whether or not they find any of these restrictions too onerous, or do they think they can put forward in a manner that they can support and will be able to deploy effectively to achieve the intended goal?
Johnson.
Through the chair to Mr. Johnson. Yes, so we have worked with Assemblymember Brawley and Assemblymember Rivera to kind of broaden the use of these funds to use not only for non-congregate but also for a congregate facility, and with the expansion of warming. So I think the administration is in agreement that this funding is adequate.
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. I think that answers my question. And you've looked at the S version as well, so we are speaking to the same version.
Through the chair to Mr. Johnson, I haven't seen it, but if it's just the subtraction of the 7,000 to Arctic Entries, I believe we're in concurrence.
There's a little bit more to it than that. There's some new sections in there, and I'm just kind of reading through this here, and it doesn't look like it's overly complicated, but it would just be, I think it'd be nice to hear that you guys can support the S version and you still don't find it overly restrictive in terms of how you think we should be able to go about this mutual goal we have.
Yes, through the chair to Mr. Johnson, I stand corrected. I did work with Mr. Rivera as well as other members of the health department, and we did review those section amendments, and we're happy with it.
Wonderful, thank you.
All right, Ms. Bronga.
I was on the same track as Mr. Johnson. When I read the initial statement on here, it looks like it's still all focused on non-congregate. And then later I see it appears that it could be a shelter of up to 150. I think it would be an incredibly unwise thing to put all of this into just hotel sheltering. And I hope that I really am seeing that it can also be congregate, in that we could possibly stand up a shelter even this winter. The other thing that I wanted to say is last summer, we voted, well, I wasn't here. Members of this body, some of you voted for the Navigation Center, Substance Misuse Clinic, Workforce Supportive Housing, and Complex Care Facility. That was voted on, this money was coming from that, and I think a navigation center, a year-round shelter is incredibly important to our community, and we have already passed this, that we think a navigation center would be good, and I want to make sure this would give us the opportunity to have that.
Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to go ahead and move Rivera Amendment Number 2.
Second.
So I have a motion to amend by Mr. Rivera. It's Amendment 2, seconded by Mr. Walland, I believe. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we've talked a lot about wanting to make sure that whenever we invest in shelter, we are doing our best to invest in housing as well. That there should be some amount of parity and not spending all of our money on the short-term need of shelter. Well, do I have an opportunity for everyone today? The title of this appropriation really talks about housing and shelter needs. Shelter and housing needs is the title. But there wasn't any funding really set aside for housing explicitly detailed in this resolution. So this amendment accomplishes that goal and helps a great partner organization that we've worked with over the last year to bring on almost 300 units of housing, bring on even more housing in the form of rehabilitating vacant and abandoned properties. If folks want to learn more, Jason Bockenstead is available to answer questions, the executive director of the Anchorage Housing and Affordable Land Trust. But the short version is we have an opportunity to invest in housing, and we really should take it. This is really kickstarting, and I think in a very positive way, the transition out of emergency cold weather shelter, something that we did not do very successfully last winter. Now we have a way to kickstart that, and we're going to be talking about doing even more of that over the coming months in the Housing and Homelessness Committee. That said, I do have an amendment to the amendment to make. It's a floor amendment. It's not written down. So I move to amend the amendment to remove the phrase deteriorated properties and replace it with vacant and abandoned. That's one part of the amendment. And the second part, and I can email this to the clerk, and the second part is to add the phrase or families after with transitioning individuals.
Second.
Motion to amend the amendment has been made by Mr. Rivera and seconded by Ms. Brawley. Yeah, I got it. So,
I can state it once more. And yeah, there's no lines, so apologies. It's to remove the phrase deteriorated properties, replace it with vacant and abandoned. And then the second one is adding the phrase or families after with transitioning individuals. And if I may speak to the amendment, Mr. Chair?
you have the floor.
Thanks. So on the first change, this phrasing is really more consistent with the way municipal code talks about these properties. So I just wanted to make sure that we have that same consistency in our language. And on the second change, I think it just makes sense for us to be more inclusive in these housing efforts. The way that it's written, it really would only be able to use these for individuals, not individuals and families. So a greater inclusion, I think, is a benefit. Thank you.
So, Mr. Vaughn, is it on the amendment to the amendment?
Nope.
Mr. Salt, the amendment to the amendment?
Yes, thank you. I'll bite, Mr. Rivera, I couldn't remember who you referenced in the audience, but I would like to hear what that plan is. Yeah, Jason, thanks.
Welcome.
Excuse me, I didn't hear the question.
Yeah, essentially the floor is yours to tell us the plan. what you plan on doing.
Okay, so my name is Jason Bockenstead. I'm the Executive Director of the Anchorage Affordable Housing and Land Trust. And I think one of the things that we have been exploring and looking at, and it actually has been brought up at a couple of Assembly Committee meetings, is there are a lot of vacant and abandoned properties here in the municipality that are either bank-owned, that have been foreclosed on, or owned by individuals that have left the state and they're just sitting vacant. They're not being used. And we have been exploring with the banks and the mortgage companies that own these about how can we do a better job of bringing those properties back into the market. And we have been looking at duplexes up to what you would probably consider smaller apartment complexes, 16 to 20 unit buildings. And we've been talking to a lot of those, and we've identified about 15 that are in relatively good condition. Again, since we don't own them, we haven't been able to go inside, but the municipality and the Development Services Department has at least gone by and looked at the outside of the buildings and seen that the roofs look pretty good, the outside looks pretty good. We don't think there's going to be a ton of renovation that's going to be required. So we've identified these buildings, and we're just looking for potential funding to ultimately purchase them and obviously use them for permanent housing for folks that have been experiencing homelessness.
Do you have an estimate of roughly how many units you'd be able to provide for this?
Well, so obviously with this amendment, it's 1.3, but it's contingent on us finding matching funds dollar for dollar, and we have this amendment came about pretty quickly, so I wasn't able to actually confirm with the donors that we've been working with that this would be an acceptable use. We have gotten a commitment that they're ready to give us some funding for some other things. We would just ask them to redirect to this. So if we were able to have the full 2.6 million with the match, my guess is that we would bring probably 30 to 40 units online. And now those units aren't necessarily just single occupancy. As I said, some of them are duplexes, so they could be 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom kind of duplexes that, again, would work very well for families. So even though there might only be 30 units, the number of rooms actually would be significantly higher than that.
Just a quick follow-up. I'm going to jump the queue slightly. Can you share with us generally what the per unit cost has been for the conversions you've done already?
The conversion cost?
The per unit cost.
Sure. So obviously through the contributions that the municipality has made along with the Rasmussen Foundation and some others, we have been able to purchase 3 properties totaling about 270 units. And once kind of all of the renovations are finished at all of the properties and they're open, the per unit kind of cost to bring them online will be right at about $60,000 per unit.
Thanks. So if you know anything about the business, that's a stunning cost. It's good. All right. So Mr. Salt, thank you. And then Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you just briefly, and I want to speak in support of this amendment to the amendment, and generally the idea of leveraging these funds to the extent possible for housing, especially if there's an opportunity to partner, because it's not the municipality who would be owning and operating this housing. It's really the municipality's part of our available funding to make it possible for an organization to do that essentially in perpetuity, or as long as they own those properties. And one downside of what we're doing generally in this ordinance is that we're using some one-time funds for operating dollars, and generally speaking, you want to find a sustainable funding source for operating dollars, and that is a different conversation. However, in this particular case, we're able to use some one-time funding for a one-time purchase or leverage of properties really that may already be a cost to us publicly as well, depending on what condition they're in and how many police calls they have. And so this is actually a really great use of the funds and in the spirit of the idea of using one-time funds to make those one-time investments and transformations.
Next I have Mr. Martinez in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to echo my support that other members have for this particular amendment. You know, the committee of the Community Economic Development Committee had been taking this issue up of vacant and abandoned properties. We have spoken to Mr. Bockenstadt and have heard from him as well. And I didn't think we'd be able to move some money this fast into getting into the vacant and abandoned properties. I think this is a great idea. This is where we should be heading in this direction, and to have this type of action happening this soon, I think is a really good sign of things to come. So I will be supporting this amendment, and wanted to just state that we have much more work to do with vacant and abandoned properties and getting housing units online, activated, and with the purpose that we don't own them, but they will become permanent stock of a classification of housing that we desperately need in our community, with a partner that has proven to be trustworthy and professional. I thank Mr. Bockenstadt for being here, and I thank Mr. Rivera for moving this forward.
Thank you. Mr. Vaughn, on the amendment? Okay. Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? I'm sorry, anyone else wish to speak on the amendment to the amendment? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, and the amendment to the amendment passes. We're now back to the amendment. Anyone wish to speak to the amendment? Mr. Johnson? Or wait, Mr. Bond? You're on the main motion. Mr. Johnson?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate what we're hoping to accomplish here by directing this money towards the Anchorage Affordable Housing and Land Trust, and I would be excited to see that project move forward. And I'm not here to say that I'm opposed to the amendment. I'm just going to express my concern, given the complexity of what we have before us. That I just hope that we recognize that we need to make sure we have adequate funds available to ultimately address whatever we end up having to do as far as congregate shelter or standing up an emergency shelter space. I mean, I support the Housing First model. I support the idea of taking vacant and abandoned properties. I'm all for all of that. And if we're able to address the full needs of the homeless community through measures like that and non-congregate housing, great. But I can't help but worry somewhat that at the end of the day, you know, despite our best efforts and intent here, that we're going to find a fairly sizable population that we just can't get into non-congregate shelter, and that we will have to deploy significant resources to find some sort of emergency cold weather shelter in a space that we have yet to identify, although we may be taking that up a little bit later in the meeting. So I want to be on record as saying I worry some. I worry some that we may end up making perfect the enemy of good here. And I just hope that we do not find ourselves standing here later in the winter with no space for the people who are left out of the more optimal solutions.
Thank you, Ms. Bronga.
I also worry, the hotel option is for sure till April, and then I fear that we're going to have the same situation in our town that we had this summer. I am looking through this and seeing things that just don't hit me right, like double occupancy, if they're okay with that. I'm thinking shelter, sometimes, you know, kids go to camp, they have to have a roommate, for heaven's sakes. So, I mean, some of this, for the short term, I know that you said this is, we're appropriating money and then the plan is still coming, but it seems a little backward to me that we're looking at $1.2 million a month for hotels for non-congregate sheltering. Is there someone else is going to have to be hired to go supervise these rooms and make sure they're not being destroyed? What is the price tag when these hotel rooms do get trashed? Because many of them will sustain damage. It's just the nature of things.
I'm going to interrupt, Ms. Bronga. This is on the amendment to purchase or provide funding for the Anchorage Affordable Housing Land Trust, not on the main motion. And I think that generally your points are on the main motion, which is fine, but I want to make sure we get through the amendment first. So if that's okay. No, that's okay. We all forget where we are sometimes. I do it a lot. So, and I have myself in the queue, and I'll just briefly say, I think the operative function here is we have an operator that has a track record of creating actual housing units, and we have a matching requirement, which for this portion of money doubles it. And so we're not just spending a portion of the money that we have, we're magnifying the money into money we don't even have that can help move the ball on the bigger picture. So I think for the purposes of this subset of the funds, I do urge your support, just for the fact that it brings community dollars to the table that didn't exist otherwise. Mr. Rivera.
Main motion.
Okay, so with that, we have the amendment before us. Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment. As amended. On a vote of 11-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, the amendment as amended has passed. Now we're on the main motion. If you want, I'll be glad to give you the floor back, Ms. Braga. No? Okay. So, Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, page 3, section 3, and actually I'll say page 4. Let's go to page 4, line 9. So this is the mystery money that we've talked kind of at length about, both in the item that was before us about the Tudor and Elmore Navigation Center, and then we also talked about it in our recent special meeting where we appropriated $220,000 for mitigation at the larger camps. And this was that $400,000 appropriation for security and cleaning around the proximity of the Sullivan Arena, AR 2022-361. When we discussed that, the Tudor and Elmore shelter item, at that time the municipal manager said that APD had spent all $250,000 of their allotment of that $400,000. Subsequently, at the special meeting, we were told that APD spent $187,000, not the full $250,000, and then that Parks and Rec, through their Healthy Spaces program, had spent about $90,000 of their $150,000. So that leaves about $123,000 left over, not the $302,000. And I guess in my mind, that was sort of part of the rationale. I wanted to know how much money was left over, was unspent from that appropriation, and that was why I was supportive of increasing the mitigation and camps appropriation from the $100,000 to the $220,000. So I think we need to amend this amount because I still just don't have clarity on where that money is and what's been spent. I know what we've been told most recently. So I think I'm going to make a floor amendment that throughout section 3, wherever it says $302,101.05, both where it's spelled out and numerically, that we would change that to $123,000.
Can I make a suggestion? Mm-hmm. Maybe what we ought to do, because I think your question is really germane. It's an unknown number unless the sponsors know this number, that maybe we take that whole section out and then bring it back next meeting, after we sort through the details. So keep it clean than trying to guess a number and leave a hole. So I might propose, if members are okay with that, just take that section out.
So remove section 3. Okay, I will make that motion then. That's fine. Remove section 3, and then I guess conform the...
We have a conforming amendment.
Yeah, great.
And then again, next meeting, we have the other item, and we can take it. Okay, so we have a motion to amend. Is there a second?
Second.
So a motion made by Member Walland, seconded by Mr. Cross, to strike section 3. Any objection? You want to speak to it, Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, thank you. I do not have an objection to it, but I think it's important to also note, so a week ago, the Assembly appropriated, I believe it was $220,000, and some of the discussion was around this particular item, the idea that this money was not spent. And so just to clarify, the S version of this ordinance also reduces the original amount for a separate item. It's essentially the 3.4 million of ARPA funding, that was reduced down to 3.2 million, and so that's where that additional money came from. And so that is relevant only insofar as to say, taking this out doesn't impact that other item, and I would agree that this is something that we need to get clarity on. Our initial guidance was that this money was available and is categorized as lost revenue, whatever that meant, but I think it is worth tracking down, and there is another opportunity to reappropriate if it's there.
And just so folks know, that really weird title, lost revenue, is from the revenue replacement line that was allowed under the ARPA funding. So that's where we lost revenue from services being delivered or taxes. We could use those funds. So that's what that weird term means. Anyhow, on the amendment, any discussion? Hearing, seeing none, I'll ask for unanimous consent. Any objection? No. No objections. So we're now back to the main motion as amended. So I have Mr. Rivera in the queue.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So before I move Rivera Amendment number 3, just quick comments. So I appreciate the comments and concerns that other members have raised. Just to clarify, make sure everyone's on the same page, this appropriation really allows maximum flexibility for the Anchorage Health Department to use was 4.4 million, now I think it's 4.1 million. I'm not exactly following it, but I think that's where we are, that we are appropriating today, and then another 957,000 plus whatever is left from that 302,000 that we took out. It's really, and that's going to be up before us on September 26th. Those two totals should be more than enough to cover our costs through December based on the great work that Member Brawley did, and hopefully she'll be able to talk about that next with the Anchorage Health Department. This appropriation really envisions an emergency cold weather shelter plan that primarily focuses on non-congregate shelter, but it also leaves the possibility for congregate shelter, warming ideas, whatever other tools the Anchorage Health Department needs to make sure that we're successful with emergency cold weather shelter this winter. So this isn't a appropriation that binds us to solely one tool. It really leaves that flexibility to the health department. With that, I'll go ahead and move Rivera Amendment number 3.
A motion to amend by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So we passed a few amendments now that reduced the total amount, shifted the funding sources for different purposes. So this conforming amendment allows the clerk to just make sure the math and the language is good to go. Thank you.
I'm going to ask for unanimous consent on the amendment. Any objection? Hearing and seeing none, the amendment is adopted. We're now back on the main motion as amended. Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, thank you. So I'll speak, and recognizing that part of what Mr. Rivera referred to is an item for a future meeting, but the rationale there was that generally speaking, it's not best practice to increase in appropriations amendment by more than $1 million without a public hearing, and so that is why they're brought separately. But the other piece that is not in this that will be on the table at the future meeting is leftover alcohol tax funding that was specifically used for emergency cold weather shelter last winter, but because it's so specifically appropriated, there needs to be action taken to make that available for this winter. And again, just to emphasize, all of this is really an exercise in, I think somebody else said, cleaning out the couch cushions, right? So we're finding millions of dollars, not pennies, but essentially we're really looking for any pot of money that is left over from another purpose that is appropriate and available to use for this purpose, knowing that we have this emergency in our community. But again, I want to emphasize, one-time funding is not a sustainable funding plan, but it is a start to serving our need now, and so that is the intent. I believe for myself and certainly others on this body to continue that long-term discussion, but this at least gets us, like I said, shaking down the couch cushions, putting it all in one jar for the health department and for us to be able to utilize to meet that need now.
Mr. Salt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think the Anchorage taxpayer is kind of getting tired of spending money on the homeless, especially when we don't have anything at the end of the day. So I'm glad to see some of the changes made here that'll provide us with some solutions, some permanent assets, some housing at the end of the day. We need to get better at focusing on the root causes of homelessness. You know, it's not about how can we feed more people, it's about how we can feed less. Not about how we can shelter more people, it's how we can shelter less. You know, I'll support this, but I just want, and I was on the fence, but I just want to speak that I think there's a growing number of taxpayers with what we've seen this summer that are getting fed up, and we need to solve this problem, and or we'll solve it, but show improvement. And I don't think we've shown that the past couple of years, at least not visibly. Thank you.
Ms. Braga.
I need some clarification. So when you said on the 26th we'll be voting, I think, Member Brawley, you talked about that. So we're voting on this amount of money with a plan. What's getting voted on the 26th? I'm sorry, I'm not tracking well.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. It's not that it's a separate plan, it's more that, that in order to meet the public notice requirements and allowing for a public hearing when appropriating something at that amount, that rather than putting it in this ordinance, we discussed moving that to the next meeting essentially, but so it's a different specific pot of money, but it's essentially for the same purpose. And again, we had to start somewhere.
A clarifying question. An item was introduced tonight for public hearing at our next meeting, correct?
Yes.
Right, so that's what she's referring to. There was a specific item for appropriation introduced tonight for the meeting at our next time we're together.
Thanks for the clarification. And then I want to echo what Randy said. If we are not getting the substance misuse clinic and really working on finding a way to get people working, not just housed, we're just going to keep having to expand these services forever. So I hope that that's really looked at closely.
So I have myself in the queue, and this perfect timing for that comment about the substance abuse treatment services intended to be at the Golden Lion. There are many programs in this town today that have no waiting list. That's just not the problem right now in Anchorage. The problem is what gets someone to go to treatment. In the past, there were judicial remedies where we would have sentences to treatment in lieu of jail. And after a certain set of reforms that happened, people are no longer sentenced to jail for a lot of factors, so there's no motivation to treatment. So it's not as simple as if we opened a treatment center, there would be an answer for folks. Because I can assure you currently right now, there are open treatment beds in this town, and scores of them. It sucks, but there's no way to get people to go. And so that's where the motivational process works, when you have people who are trained in not only providing help, but caring while they do it, so that, as we heard from Allison, that when the people out there feel that you're actually caring for them, they're going to move. And I know that doesn't work well with people who hold on to this rhetoric of vagrants and vandals and, you know, ne'er-do-wells that are beyond help. But the reality, over and over and over again, is the way we're going to move people into supports beyond the street is when we motivate them to it, because we can't jail them to it. The law just does not provide us that tool. And so it's an old way of thinking that we used to get there. And I also want to say, despite all rhetoric, this assembly for the last 3 years, including everyone assembled here, has been a participant in the creation of hundreds and hundreds of units of housing. There's nothing to show out there. There is a lot to show. And yes, the public wants more. We all want more. And I think this is the next step in more. So that's for my part. Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for bringing that up. I was kind of headed on a similar track. I want us to be very careful. I guess when we talk, maybe not careful, maybe that's not the right word. I guess what I want is for us to acknowledge the work that we are doing as a body to address the root causes of homelessness. We just convened a behavioral health summit, and we accepted the report from that task force tonight. And so I would urge my colleagues to familiarize themselves with the recommendations in that report. We brought together elected officials, the municipal level, the state level, community partners, nonprofits, state entities, and had a very productive conversation. We also, have made investments, targeted investments. We just recently celebrated the groundbreaking of the Providence Crisis Stabilization Center, which will provide walk-in care for folks experiencing mental health crisis and other behavioral health issues. And so, to your point, Mr. Chair, yes, we have brought on hundreds of units of housing, which are now starting to receive tenants and have had a goal all along of having treatment at the Golden Lion. And so I think we can do both. We need to get folks housed and sheltered. Housing drives positive health outcomes. Imagine how hard it is to advocate for yourself, to go to your medical appointments, to go to your substance abuse treatment appointments if you're not housed, if you're constantly in survival mode. One of the recommendations of that behavioral health task force was to contemplate contracting with medical providers who can go into the camps, make sure that people have their medical needs met, who can do triage, who can do telemedicine on site, who maybe can help people stay on their medications if they have medications that they're taking for their mental health. And so we are doing that work. I believe, and I'm grateful for my colleagues in those efforts. So that being said, I think we have to do both. We have to get folks housed and sheltered. That will help drive those other positive health outcomes. And then we do need to address the mental health and the substance abuse treatment issues in our community. Thank you.
Mr. Cross.
Yeah, just sticking to the amendment here, I had the same heartburn that Randy had, which was, I felt like...
Quick, Mr. Cross, we're on the main motion.
Yeah, we're on the main motion.
Yeah, not the amendment. Go ahead.
Yep. Gotcha, which was, I was against this at first, but now I'm for it because I want to make sure those funds are readily available. I also like some of the amendments that we've had and why I support the main motion here now that it's amended because, these vacant and abandoned properties and putting money towards that is allowing us to create housing options that doesn't take away from the market rate. Because if we're taking existing housing stock and we're taking that for subsidized rents, then we're removing that from the marketability, and what we've done is we've just reduced the supply of available market rents. We've unintentionally increased the rents, which puts additional financial burdens on those individuals who are not seeking financial aid for rent. And so I feel as if when we go out and we acquire tangible real estate that could be utilized at market rate, and we turn that into subsidized housing, then we unintentionally increase the burden on those individuals, individuals who are not seeking assistance. So I really like now that it's amended and we're able to take some of these vacant and abandoned properties that we've been working with through the CDC to identify that can be filled. It is heartburning just because I was for the navigation center to see that we've now pulled that on, and now we're going to hope that we can solve this problem another way. And finally, just say that, and my closing thought is, we can do everything that we can, but you can only help somebody who wants to be helped. And in San Francisco, the Wall Street Journal, and even the mayor just came out exasperated in San Francisco that 55 to 60% of their homeless at this point are choosing to stay on the street, and they're denying. They spent over $1 billion in housing, and yet they've created a system that it's easy to live on the street. And so, we can offer all these, but, if people won't take advantage of them, it's going to continue to just be a problem. And so I just hope that as we expand and we make these investments, that the individuals experiencing these problems see the value in what we're trying to offer and take advantage of it. Thank you.
Ms. Bradley.
Yeah, thank you. And this is going to go a little further afield than that in terms of big picture, but I just want to remind the body and the community, we have come a long way. And Earlier this month, I was able to attend the 40th anniversary of the Brother Francis Shelter, which was really one of the first and biggest investments that this community made in recognizing the fact that there are unhoused people in our community. And that was not an easy win back then. That was a struggle when you look back at that story, and it didn't come easily. Fast forward to I think it was around 2011 or 2012, one of the actions this municipality took was making it illegal to lie down on the sidewalk in downtown. That was considered an action against dealing with homelessness. So we've come a long way from that. We've also come a long way from 2013 when there was a proposed treatment and housing facility, not even for people experiencing homelessness necessarily, but it was vehemently opposed. I was over in my district off Raspberry Road, and it was killed by a previous administration who caved to that opposition. We've also had years of fights over shelter, over use of our public spaces, over even the idea that the municipality should put resources toward this issue. And so for many years, we really didn't. And now we've gotten to the point that we've started talking about cold weather shelter. We've gotten beyond just relying on churches and volunteers to take care of our city's need. And we're really moving to not just putting in federal funding, but putting in our own local funding through the alcohol tax, as well as moving toward prevention. So I just want to remind folks that this community actually has come a long way, even in the few years that I've lived here, and I think we have a long ways to go, and I completely recognize the concern that taxpayers do not want to be paying for other people, but I believe we're up against some big challenges that are bigger than our community, and it's not that we're failing, it's that homelessness is the end result of every other failure in society, whether it's poverty, whether it's emergencies, losing your house because you had a medical emergency, we could go on and on. So really, it's really important to recognize that this city didn't cause homelessness, no current or prior elected official or anyone in this community alone caused homelessness. It is something that we live with, and right now we're paying for it in all the wrong ways with our public safety funding and other issues. And so what we're trying to do is what I think the larger picture, other places in the United States are trying to do, which is recognize that it's costing us too much, and it's costing us a lot in human costs, the people who are outside, the people who are impacted by this. So I apologize for getting farther afield than this particular funding, but I think this is a big deal, and we really do need to recognize that this is a big issue that we're all trying to work on. It's not something that we caused ourselves. Thank you.
Anyone else? The queue is empty. Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the main motion. On a vote of 9-2 and the youth member votes,
Yes.
AR 2023-286 as amended has passed the body. So next we'll move on to item, 10B6, which is AR 2023 that's the wrong one. 10B5, AR 2023-299, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly requesting the administration evaluate and if deemed appropriate work to designate the former Solid Waste Service Central Transfer Station facility as a temporary navigation center to aid persons experiencing homelessness. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve the S version.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Volland. Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just be brief. This S version is based on the latest conversations around congregate shelter. Essentially, with this resolution, we are asking the Anchorage Health Department and the administration to let the public know if they plan on proposing usage of the old Central Transfer Station as congregate shelter for this winter, and to present to the Housing and Homelessness Committee next week on said plans. They're already going to be presenting on other emergency cold weather shelter things, so this would fit right in. That's it. It doesn't advocate a certain position, doesn't say whether we should use it, not use it. It just says, please talk to us and talk to the community if this is direction that the administration is going to be heading towards. And that's it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, the queue has lit up. Next, Ms. Salatil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move a verbal floor amendment, and I'm going to talk through it, and I have it written down for the clerk. On line 5, after where it says congregate shelter, add the words or navigation and warming center. On line 30, where after the words congregate shelter, add or navigation and warming center. On line 35, change the to these possible uses, plural. On line 36, after implementation, add including an operations and capital budget for each identified possible use. And then on line 37, after the words congregate shelter, add or a navigation and warming center.
Is there a second?
I second.
Is that Mr. Martinez? So moved
Yes.
by Ms. Zelatel, seconded by Mr. Martinez. Ms. Zelatel.
Thank you. While I understand there needs to be an exploration of congregate shelter, there also needs to be the idea of warming centers and navigation centers. And I understand in the previous item that those cannot be co-located, but I think we can get a menu of options for each location we can identify. Of particular concern about congregate shelter at this location is what will the capital renovation costs or additional costs be to meet particularly the hygiene needs of the individuals who would possibly be there. So it may not be the most suited location, could be the only location, but let's get that information out on the table. And we really have this slate of services we're trying to put together for the winter. So let's make sure we're evaluating every option for every possible service, and then it'll be before the assembly to make the best choice based on what options are available. Thank you.
So on the amendment, Mr. Volland? On the amendment, Mrs. Brawley? On the amendment, Mr. Salt? Anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11 to 1 and the youth member votes,
Yes.
the amendment has passed. Next, we have in the queue, Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I am interested in exploring this location for any of the options that Member Zolatel just mentioned. And I think one thing we should think about is the criteria that we created as part of the Clean Slate strategy. And I think that criteria is really important. It's important in two ways. Number one, it allows locations that do not meet the criteria to be screened out. But number two, it lends validity to consideration of locations that do meet that criteria. And I think it means that we should have more process and that we should look at them carefully. And it also maybe gives us a tool to say to the community, well, this is the criteria that we've adopted, and it meets this, in the instance that we would encounter pushback. So if it's okay, I'd like to ask Alexis Johnson some questions, because I know that she's had the opportunity to do a little bit of research on this property. And so if you feel comfortable answering these questions, Alexis, or if you know the answer, so one of the criteria was that it could be zoned PLI or B3, or the health department director could essentially issue a waiver. Could you speak to that?
Yeah, through the chair to Mr. Volland. So this property that we're speaking of specifically, it's zoned currently I-4, but under a Title 16 declaration, whether the health department director declares in writing, the mayor declares an emergency, or the temperature triggers the Title 16 declaration, we can operate a facility outside of this zoning compliance.
Okay, thank you. And then for the number of individuals that would be staying there that you're envisioning, would there be more than 50 square feet for each individual?
Yeah, so per the last appropriation, the requirement that we had is 50 square feet of space per person with a max capacity at a facility of 150 people. We are meeting that need.
Great. I take it it's currently unoccupied. This is the admin building of the former transfer station, is that correct?
Yes, it's the former SWS administrative building, and it's vacant of people, not items, but we're working to identify items coming out.
And then to your knowledge, is it in fair or better condition?
Through the chair, we are going to investigate the condition of the building, but up until about 3 weeks ago, it was, had people in it working during daytime hours.
Okay. Do you think that is it ADA compliant or able to be made ADA compliant?
Point of order. I think this gets to not requesting a report on the building and taking this to the committee. It actually is evaluating the building now here on the dais, and it kind of negates the need for the resolution.
Well, if it doesn't meet the criteria, then I'm not going to be a yes vote. So I think it's pertinent.
Okay, hold on. I have to think through this one. I think it's in the gray area, and I think in the gray area, I think I have to lean towards the member who has the floor. I do think, though, that the question before us is...
The Assembly has an adopted policy.
The question before us is, should the administration, does the Assembly approve the administration exploring these various elements? And so I just would ask you to really think that through before going through a long, extensive list of all the criteria, which we would hope that they would answer in the process.
Okay,
so.
just got a couple more, and then I'll wrap it up. Thank you, Mr. Chair. To your knowledge, it's not within 500 feet of school or child care or playground?
Through the chair to Mr. Volin, the nearest school is Save High School, and it's within 1.5 miles to 2 miles.
Great. And then is it within a quarter mile of public transportation?
Through the chair, the closest bus stop is on 56th and New Seward Highway, so it's within about 500 to 1,000 feet.
Okay, thanks for that information. I appreciate it.
I think you meant Old Seward Highway, but, right.
Say that one more time.
Old Seward, not New Seward.
Old Seward, sorry about that.
Okay, thank you. That'd be a bit of a very abrupt traffic stop. Okay, I also have Ms. Brawley in the queue.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to move Brawley Amendment number 1.
Second.
So a motion has been made to amend by Ms. Brawley, I think seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Brawley.
Okay, thank you. So there's two pieces to this. First is it simply correcting the address, and I'll preface this by saying I had the opportunity not only to attend the opening event of the new transfer station last Thursday, but also had a chance to tour not the interior of this building, but the new transfer station, and had a chance to speak with staff. So partly I know that the address is actually 111 East 56 because I had to put it in my phone to get the directions. And that's on the correct side of the street, the north side of the street for the old facility. The second piece, though, is specifying that we are talking about the administration building because as this resolution states, there's multiple parcels. There is a large, what's called the tipping floor, the place where you would dump your trash. That's basically a big empty looks like a giant garage to me. And then there's also some land that has been used for other purposes like hazardous waste. Basically, not additional buildings, but additional space that was used for that facility. So the purpose of saying that we should specify the administration building, one, is because I believe that's what we're talking about already. Two, it's to be clear to the public that that's what we're talking about. And three, because I believe that's the only, as I stated in this amendment, the only easily habitable building. I believe trying to retrofit an industrial building to meet our needs is going to be more expensive than using the administration building. So that is the rationale for this proposal. And I would also ask Alexis from the Health Department to come up and just speak to if the Health Department was contemplating other uses of the property, or if this would be in conflict with what you're already thinking about.
Through the chair to Ms. Brawley, specifically, we are looking at the SWS administrative building and no other parcel on that footprint.
Thank you.
We have the amendment before us. Mr. Salt on the amendment, Mr. Cross on the amendment, Ms. Bronco on the amendment. Okay, anyone else on the amendment? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, the amendment has passed. We're now back on the main motion as amended. Go through the queue. Mr. Salt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So before us is the potential to use a former Solid Waste Services Central Transfer Facility as a tool in our homeless response kit. I think it's good idea to evaluate that. I've already been contacted by several community councils as to why they have not been notified. This is the germination of the idea, and I certainly hope that they'll be involved in the process going forward. It has to start somewhere. Also, I expect to get emails from people who are shocked that we're proposing a former trash site for our homeless. I say get over it. Go ask someone who's experiencing homelessness and what they think. I think there's a great opportunity. The Assembly has not been in favor of shelter, opting for housing instead. I initially proposed this as navigation only with that. However, due to some interest, we're moving it forward as possibly for shelter or warming as well. Again, asking the administration to evaluate the site. We're not saying do it, we're saying evaluate it. It can be all, some, or none of the proposed uses. It could be a pallet shelter site. The former central transfer facility is not purpose-built for the proposed use. However, has many boxes checked as a potential navigation site in the administration building, and potentially more with the remainder of the site. Water, power, showers, lockers, fencing, heat. I do strongly encourage the Assembly and the administration that if we move forward with this, we cannot be half pregnant. Half pregnant looks a lot like Third and Gamble in the old archive site. If we do this, we are 100% in. I'll skip that part. The site will need, navigation resources, housing, counseling, mental health, and more. Adequate full-time water, power, garbage disposal, restrooms, showers, laundry, etc. I personally don't think the community should provide food, but nonprofits and others fully welcome to do so. Population limits must be kept to keep the site manageable. Residents should have rules, chores, accountability. If they cannot abide by those rules, they lose the privilege to stay. We must make the right things easy, the wrong ones difficult. We must all be accountable for bad behavior. The minimum you accept will be the maximum you get. Security, and by security I mean full-time APD presence, whether it's police or mobile crisis team, from the beginning to maintain control of the site. And for those that won't show up because APD is there, probably a good thing they don't show up. We have to start this site off right with a strong stance that bad and illegal behavior at the site and in the surrounding area will not be tolerated. We have this at the campsites right now. We have to protect the clients and any surrounding neighborhoods and businesses. What we have done so far has been a failure. I would also propose mitigating outside of the camp within 1.5 miles of the facility. The goal is to end homelessness, not prolong it. We need to focus on solving the core root causes. As I often say, when the boat is leaking, you don't bail faster. Thanks.
Yeah, I support the research. I think it's, if we have vacant garages and warehouses that can be used to provide emergency shelter, it would be negligent of us to at least consider the use of them for emergency cold weather shelter. My only concerns with the site is it's an industrial corridor. 56 doesn't have any sidewalks. We're going to be adding a lot of foot traffic into an area that is heavy equipment, a lot of machines, a lot of industrial equipment. So I do have some concerns about just foot traffic into an industrial corridor and the safety of those individuals in an area with no sidewalks. But I'm sure all that will come out in the studies. But I think it would be negligent of us not to consider those resources that we have available that are sitting vacant that can be utilized. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bronco.
When I first went and looked at this amazing opportunity with Ms. Johnson, I felt the most positive I have felt since I was on the Assembly. I felt that this is a location that the community, there'll be people who will complain, but this is a location that I think most of the community can get behind. As to Mr. Cross's comment about sidewalks, there actually is a sidewalk on a portion of that street on one side of it. It's fenced, has showers. When I was walking through, I nearly got chills. I think that this could be a big part in moving forward in housing people in a very humane way, and I can see the navigation part in there very easily with the offices. I do also agree with, I think, Mr. Salt, that if we are able to stand this up, we need to be firm, fair, and consistent and have immediate control. I used to teach school, and the comment was, you don't smile till January. You have to have control right away, or you lose it with a classroom. Just the same with this shelter. We need to make sure that people are doing tasks, they're doing jobs, it's their community, they're helping with it, and I really hope that we did have a committee that put together all kinds of shelter criteria, and when I looked at this, I'm like, check, check, check. It's really amazing, and I hope that we don't committee this to death and do what we can to get it going.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I just want to clarify, if we vote yes on this, we are not all in. If we vote yes on this, we are hearing a report. We're in on hearing a report. This is not a vote that says, go and do this. It's tell us what makes sense about this place, what it's going to cost us, how it's going to work, what are the hazards we have to be aware of, what impacts are we going to create, and how are we going to mitigate them. And so to me, it's one step away from the question of, are we doing this to the point of, if we're all in, we're all in. So I just want everyone to recognize this is not a marching order that says, go do this. This is an analysis that we need, just like we needed on all those other projects. Those details have to come forward before we can get to yes. Otherwise, we should have just all voted yes on the project in East Anchorage, because it is just as well there than it is here. So I don't see any difference functionally, but this is a building we own, great. And so maybe, we don't know. Again, I'm hearing the gallery when I'm speaking, but who knows what the environmental hazards are that we're going to find, or what the reality is of that land. And so, or the neighbors who live there, because there are neighbors who live within 250 feet of that place that I know and I've heard from. And so I just offer caution that anything that sounds too good to be true very well is too good to be true. And so let's explore it, and let's stay open to that idea, and then let's hear, and then let's decide if we're all in. Ms. Alatel.
Thank you. So I'm going to move another floor amendment, and actually after this debate, I'm wondering if I need to move another one that says low barrier shelter, because what I have heard members speak to is not low barrier shelter. The idea that you have to exchange chores makes it not low barrier. Makes it possibly inaccessible to people with disabilities who wouldn't maybe be able to do chores. So I think we need to be really careful about our policy intention, because what we are asking the health department to do is prepare a plan. And that plan, we should be really clear on what we want that to be. If we want to say that plan should have barriers in place, then we need to be clear about that. If we want that plan to be a low barrier shelter that meets the requirements in the clean slate strategy, we should say that. Because we can't leave the health department guessing and to read our minds and to try to come up with something that would make all of us happy. We have to make a policy choice. And this is the document that's providing that guidance for the health department to do that work. So with that, after where I previously amended on lines 30 and lines 37, where I added Aurora Navigation and Warming Center, I just would like to add the words consistent with the Clean Slate Strategy in AR 2023-211.
Second.
So a motion has been made to amend by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Volland. Yes, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. I did call the point of order on Mr. Volland, but I think what he illustrated is it needs to be clear in the written policy guidance to the health department about what are these criteria by which we're going to evaluate or that we want analyzed. Again, The clearer we can be on our policy considerations, then it's more likely the health department can produce in a very short order a report that puts us in a decision-making capacity. So I would urge your support for the floor amendment, and if you have other amendments, now is the time to provide this guidance. Doing so at the committee meeting when there's already a report on the floor, or if this comes back with an operator or a contract before us, it's too late. And that's often where we get kind of behind. Like here, we're engaged in this planning process. Let's be engaged. The final thing I will say is we can say the policy needs to be consistent with the clean slate strategy. I love that, but it's going to require a plan for implementation and follow through. And that is also in the health department's court. And they're going to have to talk with us about how they can ensure that that's going to happen. Any place that we choose for any one of these services, navigation, warming, or shelter, is only going to be as good as how it's set up operationally and the oversight provided by the grantor, which is the health department. And so these are the pieces we need to put in place. Thank you.
Ms. Bronco.
So I think none of us envision the person with the walker having to mop the floor or they don't get to sleep the night. There are very many ways to contribute to a community. We have done low barrier nearly everywhere. Maybe some high barrier is a good thing to try. And so then the other question I had, which I know is not going to make you very happy, but could you envision, Ms. Zalatel, that the Coalition to End Homelessness would ever take someone to a shelter if we had a shelter site, or recommend that they go to the shelter?
So, Mr. Chair, I don't think that's an appropriate question to ask me in that capacity. I am not here to speak on behalf of the coalition right now. I'm here participating as an assembly member, and the coalition has taken no position as of right now on this proposal before the health department, and that is why I am participating as a member.
Well, that's what I was questioning. It seems a little odd to me, but.
Okay, so a question has been raised, and I'll just assert that I do believe a member can participate in any item unless they have a specific and substantial personal or financial interest. I would rule in this case that there is no financial interest nor a personal interest on the question of whether we explore the use of a facility for the purposes of homeless sheltering. So we're still on the amendment. Mr. Rivera, you're in the queue.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll support this amendment, but I just want to make clear that this isn't a guidance document, not the way that I see it. Like I said before, this resolution is all about getting the administration to say, we are looking at this, and to bring that plan to the assembly. That's all I intended this resolution to do, nothing more. I really am not interested in riddling this document with too much for the Anchorage Health Department, so I'm just going to keep repeating it. What I want to know is, one, are we looking at this? Because there are plenty of community members who do not know that the administration and the Anchorage Health Department are looking at this. And two, what's the plan? I believe there's going to be plenty of opportunities for us to weigh in on specific guidance and policy if this even becomes a reality. That said, I'm happy to support this specific amendment, and I just want to encourage we don't continue to add additional policy or guidance amendments to this, because I don't believe this is the time. Thanks.
All right, so anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Okay, so Ms. Brawley is in the queue for the amendment. I didn't realize. Then Mr. Cross.
Yeah, thank you. And I will speak in support of what Mr. Rivera said, that I believe that this is general and it's really step one in what needs to be a multi-step process. So I think we don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but I also will remind the members that in the prior item, that just passed does have policy guidance for use of the funding for the program generally, which is emergency cold weather shelter, of which this could be part. And so I think it's not an either or. And then I'll also state that I do believe we need low barrier shelter in this community. We have higher barrier shelters operating already. We have a shelter that serves folks with complex medical needs, complex care. And what this, part of the reason why we have so many unsheltered, especially adults, is because we haven't had a low barrier shelter in this community for a long time. And so we have a pent up need for that type of facility. That said, we still need to evaluate whether this particular facility is feasible, but I do support this amendment.
Mr. Cross.
Yeah, I guess the only reason I don't support the amendment is because I want to keep it as vague as possible and say, just tell us what the best use is. Let's study it and let's not paint ourselves into a corner. This is an asset. How can we best use it? You tell us and let's come up with a plan. We'll hash that out in a work session. Thank you.
Mr. Salt.
Thank you. I'm not in favor of this amendment. Similar reasons as Mr. Cross. It's meant to be a blank slate. We have a facility that's available, we own. What could it be? I'm not going to ask if it can be a bus station when it can't be a bus station. So it's up to the administration to look at the site and see if it'll fit a need or if it won't fit a need and it goes to another use. Thank you.
Yes, so I have myself in the queue. I don't think that's what this resolution says. I think this resolution specifically says for the use of shelter or navigation. It doesn't say what could this be used for. And so I think that that's not a fair characterization of what this document does. I would argue that it's fair one way or the other. I think it's pretty clear there's not going to be a project we're going to support that doesn't meet those standards. And so whether it's upfront before they do the analysis or after the fact, once they've come to us with a plan that does or doesn't meet those requirements, there's a solid argument that says you might consider the things we're going to ask about when you bring it to us. And so I think that that's the reality is we're talking about a resolution directing them to tell us, does this work for shelter? So it's not, does it work for a transit center for getting people there or any of those other things? And so I could go either way. I'll support it, but we are very specifically talking about the use of this property for one function. Well, three functions, yes. Navigation, shelter, warming. So. Mr. Walland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I guess I would just reiterate, as far as the clean slate strategy criteria goes, I think it can be a positive framing. And the reason that I wanted to ask about that is because I appreciate you, Mr. Salt and Mr. Rivera, for bringing this forward in an effort to investigate a solution. And again, the criteria is meant to help us not just to say no, but also as a path forward to yes. And so I think that having this in there is good. And I would also just second what Member Brawley said. We have a critical need in our community right now for low barrier shelter. And again, pointing back to the report that we accepted earlier tonight from the Behavioral Health Task Force, they actually suggested calling it a no barrier shelter. So we need housing, yes, but we also have that need for shelter too. Thanks.
Ms. Alto.
Thank you. And I realize, and I appreciate the sponsors, Mr. Rivera, Mr. Solt's framing of their document, but once it's on the dais, it can become a lot of things. And I'm really cognizant of the time crunch. This goes before the committee on the 20th, and the expectation is to stand shelter up by the 15th of October. So the more clear we can be in the type of report we're wanting to get, hopefully it clears up things before we wait and, get a smattering of things, which I know has happened before. The health department has come with ideas to have them be told, no, we're not interested in that. So the clearer we can be, since it seems like there's interest in this about how we want it evaluated, should put us in a better position for decision making. Because this, if it becomes something where it's got legs and it's moving for any one of these purposes, then has to roll into possible, acquisition items for capital needs and those contracts, and as well as operating. And so all of those pieces will take time. I mean, we saw that last year with emergency cold weather shelter, where Mr. Rivera did the Herculean task of really working those agreements, and it was a huge lift. And if we can create more of a runway, I mean, I'm glad it's September 12th and we're having this robust conversation, but the more runway we can do on this and the more we can operationalize the way we think about evaluating these things, this work now could pay off dividends in the future. We undertake other projects like this in a very systematic way. So here is that opportunity. I love this idea of community notice when we may use a public facility in such a way, but let's then be clear about all the ways we may want to use it and any guidance we can give up front. Thank you.
Mayor Bronson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assemblywoman Zaltel, I think, is exactly right. The more specificity we have early on, I think the better. I'm in support of this, Mr. Solt's motion here, but maybe I'd suggest a work session with our staff, your staff, and we get these, because Alexis is the one that's got to execute on this, and we don't want to go down the path that we've been down before, where we direct something, it's general, we come back, you don't like it, and then we have to answer another 50 questions. So maybe a work session, past this, work session real soon, and because time is of the essence, October 15th is on top of us just about.
Ms. Brawley. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate the desire to collaborate, because I think that is, at least from my side of the dais, for sure. But I also just wanted to state clearly, I wasn't here when those prior processes happened, but I think the way that I'm looking at it, at least, is not being general and then coming back and liking or not liking something. It's trying to go through the process of doing a complex capital and operating plan for a new facility. And so that just needs to have multiple steps. We need to be able to ask questions, and then we need to be able to make adjustments as we go, and then recognizing that there's a lot of interests and needs that we are responding to from the community directly. So I think it is an iterative process, and this is the type of process that we need to go through when we're planning these kind of facilities.
So I'm not seeing, are we on the amendment still? We're on the amendment, okay. That's right. So not seeing anyone else on the amendment, so members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 9-3, the amendment has passed. And the youth member?
Yes.
Thank you. So we're back on the main motion. Anyone else wish to jump in? I just then, for myself, to Alice and Warden, say thank you for your words. It gives me cover. We don't have time for the public. I just want to say thank you for your words, because this is a hard decision. And it isn't the final decision, but to a place that's formerly a landfill has its challenges. And so, but having a building that's ready to go or near ready to go has its merits. And so I look forward to seeing this plan, and soon. Anyone else? Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12-0, and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AR 2023-299 as amended has passed the body. Godspeed. Next we have item 14C, should be another lively conversation. So AO 2023-48, An ordinance repealing Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 3.97, naming of municipal buildings or other fixed facilities in public places, enacting AMC Chapter 1.80, naming of public places.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing, let me read through this. Public hearing was closed 4/18/23. Special meeting action was postponed from 4/18/2023 and 7/25/2023. No motion pending. Public hearing was reopened 8/22/2023. So the public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to speak on the naming ordinance? Anyone at all? Welcome. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name and what part of town you're from. The microphone.
Hi, my name is Brian Witzke. I go by Bree, she and her pronouns. 13 years trans-Alaskan, all over Anchorage. As far as this goes, I know we have had in the past and probably still do ways of naming buildings. I've always liked the idea of bringing it to our students. I don't know, I think that's part of it from what I remember of many years. When we include our youth, they are our future. That's the reason why we are all here, I do believe, is to leave our mark, to give them inspiration to grow forward. So I would always make sure that we have that as our guiding light, that our youth is our future. So if that is a part of this already, let's continue to grow on that. If it's not, then we need to evaluate who is kind of making these ideas of what a name should be here or there, and keep this to a small price tag. I mean, it's not a huge ordeal, a piece of government, but it is still nonetheless identifying those that have done great things to a great building, to a great service. It has its importance, because without a name, sometimes we don't know what it means or what it does. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none. Oh, phone list, thank you. So there are actually 2 people. We're on.
Can I
No, you're
raise
right.
a point of order?
Yeah, go ahead.
So for 14C, I'm showing AO 2023-81.
You know what? I'm sorry, we are on 14C, not 14D. So the calls are for 14D. That's when they signed up. Okay, so now, public hearing on this item is now closed. So, okay, so there's an error in the members' packets online. 14C is, and in OnBase is proper. Is everyone else oriented? Okay, so the public hearing on this item is now closed officially. So, what is the, Mr. Byrd?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to point out the same thing you already did, which is the printed packets, I think, don't have it. OnBase does, so
Yeah.
I'll withhold my comment until later. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The online published version is accurate, which is what's important. Public notice is
Move to
proper.
approve.
All right, thank you. We have a
The yes
motion to
version.
approve by
And second for the yes version.
Mr. Presverdia.
For the yes version, thank you.
Seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that there's an amendment coming, so I think I want to speak on the main motion. I think I'd rather defer to the individual. I think it's Ms. Brawley who has an amendment, and then we'll go from there. Thank you.
In the queue, I have Mr. Rivera first. Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to go ahead and move Rivera Amendment Number 1.
Second.
So there's a motion to amend by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Volland. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the administration had some concerns about the impact of this ordinance on the Don Young naming panel, which we're going to be getting to soon, and any other currently existing naming panels. Although I think we sort of addressed this in the ordinance, this language makes it very explicit and clear that this new policy won't impact any existing naming panels. So I encourage a yes vote. Thank you.
All right, so in the queue, I don't know if it's for the amendment, Ms. Brawley. Ms. Brawley, go ahead.
Yes, it actually is. So I had a question about this because I want to direct members, and this is relevant to the amendment. I want to direct members also to page 4 of the S version, starting on line 31. There's the section E that talks about current naming panels. So I was just hoping that the amendment sponsor could speak to how those are different, because I also had a question about the wording in that other one, but it's not on the amendment itself.
Yeah, thanks. I don't know if you could feel, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Please.
Thanks. So I don't know if you could feel my eyes rolling, but that is exactly what I meant earlier, in that I feel like this has already been addressed, but others disagree, and so this amendment is being proposed as a matter of compromise to make it very explicit, so that everyone can feel assured. Thanks.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Point of order. I'm having trouble with the system here finding either a digital or a paper copy of it. Is there any chance I could get somebody from IT just so I can see what we're referencing here? Or perhaps the clerk?
Good to go. That's a little tricky to navigate here because it's not very user-friendly, but, so who had the floor?
Mr. Chair, I did have a follow-up question.
But who had the floor? Mr. Rivera, I think.
Mr. Rivera did.
Okay, Ms. Brawley, then you still have the floor. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So my specific question, and again, this is in the ordinance, but it's relevant to the amendment. What is the difference between the phrase "until their conclusion or final action," whereas the ordinance itself says "shall continue until the naming is completed"? And I ask that because those seem like different things, and I think it's contingent on whether I support this amendment.
Thank you. May I refer that question to legal?
Good luck.
I'm not going to get away with an it depends answer, am I? I think I think it probably does not make a tremendous amount of difference beyond the fact that it makes it more explicitly clear. And so from providing a amount of notice to the layperson reading this ordinance and understanding its impact on the work being done by existing naming panels, I think that would be the primary difference. Does that answer your question? Thank you, member.
Ms. Brawley? That's it. Next, we have Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am not necessarily opposed to this amendment. I will say that it does not preclude the Assembly from not approving a naming panel proposition. And so it simply says that if this were to pass, then it doesn't automatically eliminate current. But I just want to make sure I'm on the record saying that does not necessarily mean that this assembly could not decide that a naming panel proposition brought forward could not be denied on its merits. And I will just additionally say that part of the reason for this entire ordinance change is because of the problems related to our current system. So I think it's just important to name that if this were to be approved, it inherently says that we need to probably change the system we have. And so current naming panels are likely subject to that thinking. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you. I think Ms. Brawley has raised an interesting difference between the language on page 4, starting at line 36 in subsection E, where it says, selected naming panel selected prior to the effective date of this code shall continue until the naming is complete, and then pointing out the reference in the amendment which shall follow the procedures of the prior chapter. That's the difference. The language as is in the S version suggests the naming panel could choose to follow the new procedures, could agree that they want to proceed under some of the new procedures, whereas the language proposed by Mr. Rivera says, no, you are under the old code until your process is complete. And I think that those things are inconsistent, and we can't have both in the final section of code. I think we've got to choose one. And for my purposes, for the reasons Mr. Perez-Verdia said, I'm more comfortable with what's in the S version. So I'm going to be voting against this amendment because I think giving that opportunity for a naming panel to look at what the changes are, make some adjustments is completely appropriate. It doesn't say you have to necessarily follow everything because these panels will be effective. Right, the naming panel is effective, but the procedure changes with what's in the S version. And in the amendment, it says your naming panel is effective, but you have to use the old procedure. So it kind of reminds me of like when Title 21 was being changed. These use old Title 21, these use new Title 21. And so I think that's the difference between the amendment and what's being provided. Thank you.
So I have myself in the queue for that. I think there's actually a second difference, which is also important. There's two phrases there. And the second part of that is until the naming is complete in the S version or until the process is complete. And so the first version in the main S version actually assumes renaming happens or presumes that. And so the second version presumes that there's a process till final action. And that final action could be we approve or we vote no or we postpone indefinitely. And so I actually think the first portion of the phrase is valuable in the S version, and the second portion of the phrase is valuable in the amendment, but I don't know how to square those two. Mr. Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure I'm tracking Member Rivera's amendment. We got a copy of Brawley Amendment Number 2 to AO 2023-48S, and I think that's what's up on the board, but I think what's being debated is Rivera Amendment Number 1. Is that correct? So I think I know what, Mr. Chair, I think I know what the Rivera Amendment Number 1 says because we communicated with Assembly Council, but if we could see a copy of that, I think that would be helpful for us. But everything that Member Rivera has said in this debate, I just want to make clear that the administration supports that. And thank you, Member Rivera, for bringing this forward.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question to the administration. How many naming panels are currently in motion right now?
Through the chair to Member Perez-Verdia, my understanding is that there's the Don Young, Port of Alaska, there's the Frontierland naming panel, and if there are others, I'm not aware of them, but those are the two I am aware of.
Thank you.
Point of information.
Yeah, go ahead.
I am aware of an additional one. Yep. It is within, members of Turnagain Community Council, and it has to do with features at Lynn Airy that are essentially unofficially named, and it's making them unofficially. I don't know where they are in the process, but it hasn't completed.
I think there's actually a really old one, which was the Transit Center, that somehow has just been dropped, like never really completed and is evaporated for lack of municipal interest. So we have no one in the queue.
If I may.
You have the floor, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I'm signing because this isn't really, my name is on this, but as you all can tell, this is not an amendment I am passionate about. But, so I think for the purposes of this issue and the concerns the administration brings forward, I would be happy with one of two outcomes. We can either approve this amendment, or we can vote down this amendment and make an amendment to the other section that we have been talking about, which is currently in the S version, to make it more clear in the S version the intent of the assembly in code. I am fine with either version. That's it. Thanks.
Well, we have the question of this one before us. Okay, Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you. I have substitute language I'm prepared to propose. The only clarification would be, is the intent that you spoke to, Mr. Rivera, are you intending or wishing to keep the prior procedures in place, the old Title 21, for the ones that are pending? Or do you want to have the naming panels continue but under the new rubric?
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I will be very explicit with that. So my intention is that the Don Young naming panel, which we have before us today, will remain under the prior rubric, and any other naming panels which we don't have before us today can choose either the old or the current. That is my intent.
Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It would be interesting, I think, to try to have a temporary naming panel operate under the rubric outlined in the ordinance, because the ordinance does a lot. I mean, it convenes a more permanent commission. It envisions that they would have sort of like a work plan that they come up with, sort of a naming plan. It also creates criteria, qualifications for who would be a member of the commission. So I think it would actually be a little bit difficult to square the new process. I mean, some of the stuff about, what types of names to consider could certainly apply, but I just don't know how a temporary naming panel who's working on one specific project could kind of operate under the new procedure.
So I don't see anyone in the queue. So there's no, Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I would, I guess my concern here is that this amendment is really focused on one naming panel, the one that we are coming to next. And if we're going to change code specifically to address one naming panel or not. And that's really, I guess, a concern that I have. I will just say that I would prefer to address that naming panel in and of itself, and not necessarily change code for it. I will be very honest. I don't think that the naming panel that we're gonna address next met the criteria that it was chartered to meet. And so I'm happy with the language that is currently in this ordinance, and don't necessarily feel like that we need to add language. But I'm happy I'm happy if others want to come up with language that allow this naming panel that we're going to address next to continue to function under its current charter.
Mr. Byrd, on behalf of the mayor for the second time, I think.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to respond to Member Perez-Verdia's comments. I think what the commission would prefer would be any naming panel that has convened, whether it's the Lynn Airy, Frontierland, or the other one that sounds like it's languished. We don't want to frustrate the people who have volunteered their time, and so we'd ask that those naming panels would have the opportunity to continue and finish their work that we've already asked them to do. So I wanted to put that on record. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and Mr. Cross.
Yeah, when it gets this late, I'm not very good at mental gymnastics. So I would almost move to just postpone this one and the next one to the next meeting so we can fix this and we can vote when we're clear and I understand what's going on. I know you're all looking at me like, grr, but I'm just like, I don't want to spend another 20 minutes trying to figure this out. So I make a motion to, and I'm with an intention to also extend the next one to the meeting of October 10th, of September 26th. I move to extend it to September 26th, or postpone to September 26th. Thank you.
There's a motion to postpone. Is there a second? So I'm going to take an extraordinary act here, and I second. So at least we'll have the conversation.
Okay, the motion has been, motion to postpone until September 22nd, or 26th has been moved by Mr. Cross, and seconded by Mr. Constant. Is there any debate on the motion?
If I speak to my motion?
Yes, please.
I'm not entirely clear what these changes mean. I understand some portions of it, but I just need to sit here and chew on it. And I don't like voting to approve something that I haven't fully grasped the comprehension of. And so I regretfully will have to vote against it if I don't know that I'm making a wise decision. You might say it's just naming things. How significant is it? But it just seems like this has gone into a blender, and I just need more time to get my head around it. Thank you.
All right, we got a bunch of people. Mr. Volland.
Thank you. As a co-sponsor, this is frustrating because I feel like we're letting an amendment that neither of us who moved the amendment or seconded feel passionate about, and we're letting that amendment derail something that a lot of work has gone into. And I think, I would be fine. I think in the S version, the original language, my understanding was that the co-sponsors were okay doing exactly what Mr. Byrd suggested, which is letting those naming panels that are already underway reach their conclusion. So that's what I'd like to do. I think an amendment that was meant to emphasize something maybe caused confusion. Maybe we withdraw the amendment, but to postpone the entire item again, I think would be unfortunate. I think this is really good work, and I hope we don't postpone.
Mr. President.
Yeah, I just want to second what Mr. Volland said. I would even be open to changing the order of the day and taking up the Don Young naming panel first, so that we can make a decision on that, which I think would eliminate the need for the amendment. But I would agree that the current language in this, I do believe, allows the naming panels that are currently in place to proceed as normal. So I'm not going to be in favor of postponing. I think that we should address this today. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, so I am not one of the co-sponsors, but I can't help but notice that this ordinance is old enough that the person who sat in the seat before me co-sponsored it. So it has been around for a while. Granted, the S version is new, but I didn't see anything that fundamentally changes what's being proposed from the original version. So I am not in favor of postponing, and I do appreciate the work of the sponsors, and I this is something that we could fix, and perhaps we should dispatch with this amendment and then fix it.
Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. I think I have a way to solve this if we don't postpone, and I'll just tell you all so you can debate or think about whether or not. It's just changing where we put Mr. Rivera's amendment. Instead of putting it on page 7, we put it on page 4 at line 38 and add a new subsection to the current section E. So what it does is it takes that prior language and it clarifies it versus creating two provisions that are not joined, right? They're disjointed the way they currently are. So if we put them together, they're read in concert, and then you can achieve that harmony. So I think that would be just a simple fix to the amendment as presented, and we could move on and wouldn't need to postpone. Thank you.
Nobody is in the queue. The amendment is before us. Go ahead, members. That's what I mean. The motion to postpone is on the floor. I didn't mean that motion. So members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 3-9 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, that motion fails. And now we have the main motion back before us. Oh, the amendment, I'm sorry, you're right. You're still in the queue.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I would move to amend Rivera Amendment Number 1 so that it says, basically, it just changes the location. So this would be, instead of saying Section 7, it would just be a 1 period. The language remains the same, and it would strike that Section 8 portion of it. And so it would land on page 4, beginning at line 38, and it would just be a subsection to the Section E language.
Second.
So a motion made by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Volland. So do you
Point of
want to?
clarification. What line number was that again on the S version?
It's on page 4. Section E is lines 36 and 37, so I said it should just go on line 38. You can only find it online. It's not on the paper version. Again, this is the item that, okay, Felix, sorry.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
What a mess. Mr. Rivera.
No. It's not that it's a mess. It's that the versions that I think probably most people have different numbers on them. So it's not line 38, as you were saying. It's actually line 33. And I think that's why most people are confused. Thanks.
Okay, great.
Can we name the line before the actual text so the clerk can get it right?
It follows Section E, which is entitled Current Naming Panels. And just really briefly, I pretty much already spoke to it, if I may, Mr. Chair, but this just puts those two together so that they're brought together. They carry out the sponsor's intent with regard to the existing naming panels. If we missed a naming panel in our debate, those naming panels selected prior to the effective date would continue until the naming is completed. And then very specifically, those that are really underway would be subject to the old code provisions until their actions are final. Thank you.
Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may, well, the clerk's not ready. The clerk says, let's take a break. As soon as we get to a natural place, we'll take 5. I think that we now have before us the motion to amend and the specific details. Anyone else wish to speak to this item? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment. The amendment to the amendment. I get it. So on a vote of 11-0 and the youth member votes,
Yes.
the amendment has been amended. Now we have the amendment before us, I believe. So effectively, the amendment amended the location, but now the question is, do you approve the amendment? And members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 9-2 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, the amendment has passed. Now we have the main motion back before us. I hear there might be another amendment. Ms. Brawley?
I'll move Brawley Amendment Number 2.
Second.
So Brawley, amendment number 2 has been moved by Ms. Brawley and seconded by Member Voland. Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, thank you. As we all know, community councils are part of our charter, and their purpose is to maximize community involvement. So they're essentially written into many parts of our code at this point in terms of public process. So from our capital improvement program list, our CIP list, to many parts of Title 21. So this is it in the spirit of that, and it is not intended for the community council to have additional weight or other kind of quasi-approval in this process. It's really to ensure that the community council is notified specifically of the activities of the naming commission when it involves something in their area. And I'll briefly give an example. In Turnagain Community Council, Lineary Park has been the subject of discussion over many years with many topics, and one of them is the names, official and unofficial, of items within that park. So whether it's ball fields, the tennis courts, various pieces of that park. And so over time, these names have been attached, and then there's been some confusion about which are official or not. And so there was a great deal of initially conflict and then really negotiation or discussion around clarifying what is already named, what can be named, and really the community council was at the center of that because of the institutional knowledge, and it served really as a neutral space to negotiate among other folks who had different feelings about this. So I mention all that just to say that the community council in practice has had an influence on these processes and provides some of that institutional knowledge that may be helpful. And so the purpose, again, is really just to make sure that they are specifically notified because, as we know, there's always a lot going on. And so this is just an additional step in the notice process.
I have myself in the queue. I have a question, and I don't know that this amendment can answer the question. It's probably a question that's related to the main item and this amendment, and I just don't have this item memorized. When we have a final action proposed before us as a process finalized by all of whatever is created with this commission and all of the other items, do we also have a public hearing for the item we adopt when we finally come to the final step of a renaming? I don't know. Mr. Presbyterian, do you know?
I would assume so. I would assume that once that final is forward, there would be an opportunity for public comment on it.
Right, and so I think with this amendment, we might need to be a little bit more specific and say until the commission's public hearing is closed, because it might create a conflict where the commission itself would be accepting comments on our behalf as we go to a public hearing after they've sent it to us, right? And so I don't know, I don't have the item before me right now to know if that public hearing is, or if it's by resolution after the commission is done with its work. And so I think that should be clarified somehow. I have a couple people who want to respond to sponsors.
Sure. So in the naming procedure, the commission has a public hearing. The commission shall hold at least one public hearing to present the proposed naming recommendation and receive public comment. And then under recommendation and approval further on down, the assembly shall decide the name or renaming of a public place by approval of the commission's memorandum with or without amendment after a public hearing held at least 27 days after introduction.
If that's the case, I would ask members to consider an amendment that would clarify that the commission's public hearing. Otherwise, we're going to have people commenting to the commission for our public hearing, which doesn't really make sense.
If I may comment on this, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm okay accepting that clarification language, but at least the way that I read it, if you look at the specific process, this amendment is under the process for the naming commission. It's not talking about anything other than what the process is for the commission itself. And the preceding language to this amendment says the commission shall hold at least one public hearing to present the proposed naming recommendation and receive public comment. Notice of the public hearing pursuant to blah, blah, blah. So to me, we can either change the word "the" to "this" public hearing to just make it super explicit that we're talking about what the public hearing the commission is hosting, or we can do what you are suggesting. But I think either way, to me, just based on where this is located in the ordinance and the preceding sentence to this amendment, I think it should be just on face value fairly clear, but I'm not opposed to further specifying.
I think even just changing the word "the" to "its," right, something along those lines, it would be explicitly clear. I have been in scenarios where the public hearing process is confusing because there are different references and people are confused and then come charging in to give their testimony and find, oh no, that's not allowed here. Anyhow, I don't know if anyone wants to make it, we'll survive if no one does, but it's a simple change that would be very clarifying.
Point of information.
Go ahead.
Procedurally, since I am the sponsor of this amendment, is that something that I can do? I know friendly amendments are not a thing, but...
Yeah, the mover and the seconder can change the amendment.
Okay. Then I would propose changing the, in the line that starts, accept written comments at least until, and then the word "the" changed to "its."
And I think I was the second, and I agree.
You were, okay. That solves that little problem. Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you. Just a clarification question to Ms. Brawley. This is a 21-day prior notice. It's your intent with this language to just give notice. My concern is, and I just want to make sure the legislative record is clear, that it doesn't create a right for community councils to give comment, because 21 days you could miss the window of a meeting. And often we have community councils come forward and say, oh, we've got to delay things. And I wouldn't want to delay the commission's work because a community council, the timing was off. I mean, the commission may in its discretion, but it wouldn't have to do so. And I just want to make sure that that is the intent and that we express that, if that is the case, clearly on the record, so that when the commission is formed and it is clear that they are given this guidance, that they know exactly what we mean by that language.
Yeah.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, so my intent with this, and the 21 days is not, that's not a hill I would die on, so to speak, but the intent is really to ensure that community councils are notified so that they have the opportunity, because it is something that has to do with something within their boundaries, presumably, or at least partially within their boundaries, but not that they are required to provide comments or to necessarily respond.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, follow up. So that gives me some concern, because if they get notice prior to there being the hearing, then it'll become a question of adequate notice versus us putting an affirmative duty on them, right? It's more them thinking they have to have the opportunity, and we know how community councils work, and some community councils can't weigh in unless they have 2 meetings worth of opportunity. So I guess what I want to be clear, if I am to vote for this amendment, I don't want to give community councils an outsized opportunity to delay a process when everyone else is only getting the amount of notice that is being provided, which is 21 days. This happens a lot in land use issues where a community council catches notice late and then wants everything to be delayed so that it has a chance to weigh in. I get that, but we need to kind of strike that balance because this commission will likely be a volunteer commission, and we know that delays can then just back up the work if that becomes the case. So I hear what you're saying. I guess I'm a little bit concerned that this can be used as an opportunity for community councils to have an outsized ability, unlike other residents who want to participate, who might also be getting later or late notice or late awareness of notice.
So I have myself in the queue, and I would offer that it's 21 days plus at least 14 days because of the second public hearing. So the commission will notify them, and they will have 21 days to their public hearing, and then whatever process it goes through gets approved by the commission. It comes to us, and it takes at least 2 meetings. So it's actually closer to 5 weeks than 3, one way or the other. All right, anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Okay, how do you vote? I think he votes yes, but you should probably say it into the mic.
I vote yes, mine's rebooting.
On a vote of 12-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, this amendment has been adopted? Amended? That amendment has been approved. So now we have the main motion. Ms. Brawley.
Sorry, I saw Mr. Presby in the queue. I was confused.
I don't, oh, well,
Either one. It's
either way works. So, Ms. Brawley.
And this is on the main motion.
Yes.
So I just wanted to say thank you again to the sponsors, and having kind of witnessed some of the flaws in the system that we have over the years. I really do appreciate this look. And then I just wanted to share briefly, I had the opportunity to attend the installation of a new indigenous place name at what we call Point Warrenzoff, but is also known as Nuchistund. I'm still working on the pronunciation. But it's relevant because the name of that it's a Dena'ina name for that specific place, and it's place protected from the wind. And it really made me think, and it made me think about other place names in Alaska and in Anchorage, and really the convention of naming something for characteristics, for usefulness or significance, and not necessarily naming for a person. And it made me really think about how much in the culture that I grew up in, and this is something I spoke in a prior meeting, the joint meeting with the native village of Eklutna, that I really feel that it's worth thinking more about that. And I think also about Mount McKinley. I'm from the state of Ohio. President McKinley was also from the state of Ohio. To my knowledge, he did not come to Alaska during his lifetime. And yet we've been calling what others in this state have called Denali by a different name. And a few years ago, there was action taken to change that. And so I really recognize that I think there's some big implications in this, and I'm really excited for Anchorage to think about how we name things, to think about how we describe the places that are meaningful to us, and not just with somebody else's name, but with something that's meaningful or relevant or describing that place as it actually is. And so I really appreciate in particular the focus on Indigenous place name and placemaking in this ordinance, and the way that we can shift our thinking as a community and really investigate all the different ways that we can recognize place names. So thank you very much.
Mr. Presverdia, the one that's started all this.
Yeah, well, I want to first thank all the many people that have been involved in this over the last almost a year, and the community members and assembly members who've been involved. This is really exciting for me and I think a lot of other people. Our current code was created in the 80s and there was a lot of thoughtful intention behind it. And unfortunately, what's happened over that period of time is the majority of the naming in our city has happened because people have come forward because they care deeply about a loved one who's passed away and they want them to be recognized in some way, which is not lost in this current ordinance. That's still certainly something that is very possible. But what it does is it allows the naming of our city to be more reflective of our history, of the people who have lived here and currently live here, of a sort of a thoughtful identity for who we are as a city. And so it both puts thoughtful and experienced people in a commission who can think about this and bring forth these recommendations, but also create a system so those people who want things named after their loved ones still have an opportunity to do that. I think that for me as someone who was born and raised in Alaska and raising my kids here and want my children and other people's children to have the names of the things that are around them be reflective of the different experiences that people have is really important. And so I'm thankful again to the people who have been involved in this and I do actually believe 10, 20, 30, 40 years from now that this has the opportunity to shape our city in some ways that we'll be very proud of. So thanks for those involved, and I'm looking forward to voting yes on this.
Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So first, just thanks to the co-sponsors for bringing me in on the back end to help with the final changes to the ordinance. It was more voluntold, but that's okay. I'm excited for the systemic changes that this is going to be bringing. The new policy is really going to be focused on, and just reading from the ordinance here, promoting a sense of historical, cultural, geographical significance, traditional, indigenous place names, and natural features. It doesn't get rid of the idea of naming public spaces after individuals, but I think it really shifts the lens in a more equitable way so that when we name things, everything I mentioned is taken into account. And to me, that's an exciting change and should, I hope, really make sure that when we name things, they are reflective of the history and identity of this place. Now, speaking to the administration, we must have a spectacular and diverse first slate of commissioners. These folks will be setting the direction for how this policy is interpreted and used, and they're going to create the first annual naming plan. So I can't underscore that enough to this administration. This first slate needs to be diverse, non-controversial, and be devoted to the work and the policy that we are approving today. Please get that right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I just want to also thank those who were involved in this. Daryl Hess, our ombudsman, gave us a lot of helpful information and context as we were drafting this. And then Dee, I just don't know how she was able to collate all of our input because we changed a lot of stuff and went through this whole evolution. But I'm really happy with what we came up with. And I think, as members have said, this really is an opportunity to really celebrate the diversity in our community as well as our history. So urge your support. Thank you.
Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Oh, and Austin Quinn Davidson, shout out. She was also instrumental in this work.
On a vote of 12-0, AO 2023-48 as amended has passed the body, and we will take a 5-minute break. We good? I like the call on the question. I'm okay with that. The rest of our items are, other than this next one, going to be pretty quick. So, and this one may be quick too. Ladies and gentlemen, let's come back to order. Next up, we have item 14D. 14D is AO 2023-81, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly adopting the public naming panel's unanimous recommendation to name the Port of Alaska as the Don Young Port of Anchorage.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing on this item is now open, and we will start by calling Ann Young. Travis? Travis, can we call Miss Young? Sorry to interrupt.
Hello.
Hello, Ms. Young. You're on the phone with the Anchorage Assembly. We're hearing an ordinance to rename the Port of Alaska as Don Young Port of Anchorage. We'd like to welcome you to have 3 minutes.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
Go
Tell
ahead.
me when I'm good to go.
Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Alrighty, thank you. Good evening, everyone. I know you all are pulling a late one, too, but that's okay. I'm a woman with a mission, so thank you for giving me your time. This is Ann Garland Young, wife of Congressman Don Young, and it's with tremendous honor and respect that I represent my husband tonight as the Assembly considers the ordinance naming our port the Don Young Port of Anchorage. I extend my deepest appreciation to Mayor Dave Bronson, to Mr. Jim Jansen and his committee, and to all the Assembly members who have come forward to graciously endorse this effort. My husband would be deeply touched by the thoughtfulness it represents. Don Young's contributions to everything and anything maritime in Alaska are nothing short of legendary. His history of protection and vigilance where Alaska is concerned goes all the way back to when he first began to serve as Alaska's congressman, and even before, some now close to 50 years ago. It is an extensive timeline ranging from his protection of our fishing industry with the offshore 200-mile limit to his support of John Sturgeon in his determination to keep Alaska's waters open for Alaskans. And Don has extensively facilitated and expanded U.S. Coast Guard operations throughout our state, and he has supported the Alaska ferry system. One of his most current accomplishments has to do with an adjacent country attempting to interfere with our cruise industry. In his own inimitable Don Young way, my husband took on that country's leadership, and he did it on several subsequent occasions over only a few days. Internationally known individuals got a specific and direct phone call from Mr. Young. And as we all know, no one wants a phone call from Mr. Young if there's a problem in the air. But anyhow, without hesitation, without apology, and certainly without minced words, Mr. Young explained the situation. And as a result, he saw to it very personally that that part of our state economy remains respected, remains financially compensated, and it could operate without overbearing, unjustified harassment.
So, Ms. Young.
And as we all know, there's a critical need here in Anchorage for our port to be rebuilt and stabilized.
Ms. Young.
The immediacy of this, yes.
Sorry to interrupt, but your time has expired. I don't know if any members have a question for you.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Cross.
Well, not
Could I have an extension?
Mr. Cross.
Yeah, this is Kevin Cross, District 2, Chuyak Eagle River. And Ann, I just wanted to say how much I appreciate you. We know that when your husband serves in politics, inadvertently our spouses serve also, and it can be very, it's a lot of work. So you are greatly appreciated in all the years that Don yourself served.
We were a team, and that's the way we saw it. And we had a mission, and it was a joy to work with him. He was an experience all of his own.
Any other questions? Mr. Bronson, Mayor Bronson.
Thank you, Ann, once again, and like Kevin said, thank you for your sacrifice as being a spouse of a politician who, quite frankly, traveled across a couple of countries several times a month often, just to be home with his family over many years. But if you could you convey to the best of your ability Don Young's, what you think his sense would be of having this port named after him? Thank you.
I think he would find it extremely touching and very, very appropriate. And that's what I sort of see myself. Because, you know, our airport our airport and our port are two of the most critical components of Alaska's entire transportation system. And in a lot of ways, in my own mind, I see where my husband actually was a port for our state. And he was a port in the full sense of the meaning of the word port. And that it should bear his name, I believe, is a most fitting, honorable, affectionate, and respectful tribute to his amazing legacy.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Young. We have one more person we need to call. And stay tuned. I don't know if you're watching on GCI Channel 9, but the proceedings are happening now. Thank you. All right, Mr. Turner, we'll call Mr. Ward.
Anchorage, Alaska. Good evening.
Hello, Mr.
Hello?
Ward. Yes, this is the Anchorage Assembly, and you are signed up for public testimony on an ordinance adopting the public naming panel's unanimous recommendation to name the Port of Alaska as
thank
the
you for
Don
calling.
Young Port. Go ahead, you'll have 3 minutes.
3 minutes? Yes. I'm in opposition to you just limiting the category of renaming, naming new construction projects and limited to indigenous names only. And this is not to not recognize and appreciate the contributions and the presence of the indigenous people in Alaska, but by you limiting the name of naming new construction project, public projects, just to indigenous names, it does not give the opportunity for recognition for an appreciation for the development contributions, a contribution of development of this of city Anchorage, the state of Alaska, and the community by the individual. And this is not to detract from the contributions that have been made by the indigenous people of Alaska, not only to the state, the territory, and their communities. That's fine. But, sir, it's discriminatory when you limit the naming of public structures to give the people the opportunity to appreciate, show their appreciation, the recognition of their contribution to the city of Anchorage, the state of Alaska, and to their communities. And as far as naming the Port of Alaska after Don Young, well, as I understand, the port is an existing public facility already. and I have no opposition to you adding to that name, which you have done before, like the Betty Davis East High School, the John Parks Transit Center, the Ted Stevens International Airport. Okay, I got no opposition to that. But for new structures to be built, public structures, you're discriminating when you just limit the naming of those public structures that would serve all people. Because we, of the people, we are paying for that with our taxpayers' money. Okay? So I just think that your ordinance that you adopted to just name newly constructed public structures with indigenous names only, it's discriminatory, sir. And here, like I said, this is not to discredit any contributions that the indigenous people have made in Alaska and are making.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. Your time has expired.
Thank you very much for calling. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the public hearing on this item is still open. Anyone wish to come up and testify? Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Brian Witzke. I go by Bree, she and her pronouns, all over Anchorage. 20 years I've been alive. Or 27 years I've been a part of Anchorage. There's nothing I can say about Don Young. He always had Alaska at the root of his goals, from what I've seen, what I've read, what I've learned, not only through school, but also have experienced since he's not even with us anymore. So to name something like the port, as his spouse said, would be an honor. I think it would give us direction that, you know, we're remembering those that have made such an impact. If that means that, you know, it's limiting and indigenous aspects, I don't think anybody has put more forth than Don in regards of transportation, and in regards of safety of our waters, in regards of keeping our waters in the right direction. For or against even, I think his opponents would find appreciation in the fact that anybody's looked at it in one way or the other. So, yeah, I'm all for it. Please give him that honor.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Cross. I didn't hear who seconded. Mr. Volland. All right. Mr. Cross.
I think this is a small portion of recognition we can give a man who's spent a majority of his life serving our state. Thank you.
Mr. Presidente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had the pleasure of knowing Congressman Young, met with him many, many times over my lifetime, and had nothing but incredible respect for him and what he's done for our state. I'm concerned about a few things, and I would, in a moment, I would like to make it a moment to postpone, because I'd like more time to make sure that the information that we're getting accurately reflects the process that this group went through. Is my microphone bad?
It's a little muffly, but you're okay.
Okay, I'll keep going. I just want to make sure that we understand that already we've created a Don Young Day on March 18th. We've renamed a mountain to Mount Young. We've renamed the Job Corps Center in Palmer to Don Young Job Corps. We've renamed a federal building in Fairbanks the Don Young Federal Building. And we had 4 members of the public participate in this naming panel, 3 of which voted. So it was not unanimous. In the information that we were provided, there was no information about what the public comment was. They said they had public comments, but we didn't hear what those were. We didn't have any information about what was said. It was also, it's in code now that it's important that we look at possible other names. But there was no information as to any other name that was proposed, whether it was an indigenous name or not non-indigenous name. We also went through a process where the group already had a name and already had a location. And so this is exactly why what we passed earlier is so important, because the Port of Alaska is a significant public institution and area for our city and our state. And I'm not saying that she should not be named after Don Young. What I'm saying is that the process that was done to make this recommendation didn't follow code, to my understanding. There was no information provided that detailed how they went through the current code and made sure that they followed the guidance that is currently in code. So I would like to see a postponement, just for, if nothing else, I'd like to have an opportunity to learn more about what that process was, and if they did go through the process of looking into the current or past and indigenous name of that place, if they looked at other names, I would like to know that. So with that, I'd like to move to postpone to our next meeting.
A motion to postpone has been made. Is there a second?
A second for purposes of discussion.
So a motion is made by Mr. Perez-Verdia and seconded by Mr. Rivera.
So I realize this is not a popular choice, and we all respect him tremendously, but I do think it's important that we go through a proper process. And I think based on all the information that I read, we need to get more information to make sure that something that is this significant is done in the right way. So I would ask my colleagues to allow for one meeting for some of that information to be collected and brought to our next meeting. Thank you.
I have a pretty substantial queue. The question is on the motion to postpone. Ms. Braga. Mr. Bronson, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the issue for the postponement was that we didn't follow process. We followed the process precisely. It's the Assembly's process. It's in charter. And it was followed, and it's been going on for more than a year. So if there was a question about this, we could have done this a long time ago, but it seems that at the absolute last moment in time, we bring up this discussion. I don't see what else we were supposed to do because we were following the code. That's what happened. And maybe we should have changed the code a year ago, but we followed the code. And the Assembly had their input. They had their 2 appointees. That's what the code prescribes, and we all followed it. So after more than a year of delay, I don't know what more we could do. So I'll yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next I have Mr. Rivera. Oh, do you want to speak to the motion to postpone?
Yes, I do actually. Thanks. I don't know how I'm going to vote on this, but I will provide some argument as to why I think it is a good idea to vote to postpone. And it gets directly addresses the comments that Mr. Perez-Verdia made around the deficiencies of the process. The final report put forward by the naming panel has significant deficiencies. And I'm going to be specific so that everyone can understand what I mean. It only addresses 2 items in the old naming panel code, 3.97.030C and 3.97.025A.9. It completely ignores and makes no mention of how the naming panel considered 3.97.020, 3.97.025A.1 through 8, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 3.97.025.1, 3.97.025B.1 through 4, so 1, 2, 3, 4, and 3.97.025C.1 and 2. Any naming panel report that I have seen and that I have myself put together addresses explicitly each of those sections in code because it's expected. If you're going to put forward a naming panel report, it's expected that you show the public and the Assembly how you addressed all of the particular pieces in code. So there are significant deficiencies with the naming panel report. That said, curious to see the the argument of my colleagues on this motion to postpone, and I'll leave my other comments for later. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Alatil, on the motion to postpone?
Please. Thank you. So Mr. Rivera was very precise, and I really appreciate that, because as I was reading back through both the recommendation letter as well as the minutes are really thin. I can't tell what was really considered. And in fact, it suggests that maybe other names were tossed out by Mr. Rebuffo, but whether or not, I mean, just as discussion of names, it lists people, and then it basically, there's just not enough context here. The other piece, it says discussion regarding the renaming within 20 years of a previous renaming in 2017. There's nothing really to elucidate that, and quite frankly, the only thing that is justified in the letter is just given the stature of the person. We are in 2023, so, we are only about, oh, my math is so terrible, but we're about 2/3 of the way, I guess, through that 20-year period. No, we're not. That's really bad math. We're not even 10 years through that 20-year period. It is late. And so I think that needs to be something more than just the stature of the person and like what other considerations. I think it can be disruptive to business to yo-yo names back and forth if we're not careful. So I'm in favor of the postponement to see if we can't flesh this out a little bit more. I think it also sets a precedence for the current naming panels that are still working under this rubric to be fulsome in their reports and their minutes so that when they come before us with these recommendations, we don't have to go through this and still have these unanswered questions. Thank you.
On the motion to postpone, Mr. President?
It looked like there's two people in front of me on the queue.
They both said they weren't to speak on them. Oh, you are now? Okay, Ms. Brawley, motion to postpone.
Thank you. This is on the motion to postpone.
Okay.
So, and I also wanted to respond to the mayor's comments about process. I think it is important to remember that the purpose of process is that the outcome is not predetermined. And so the assumption that was made in that statement was that, we followed the process, and again, I'm not attempting to attribute motive, I'm going with what was said. We followed the process that was in the code. Everybody had an opportunity to weigh in, and therefore the logical conclusion of that should be where it started, which is this original proposal. And so to me, that doesn't seem to be a process, but where I do see their value in postponement is also investigating this question. Sorry, just to back up. The other piece that was stated was that this was delayed for a year, and I think it's important to remember that in the old code, as of a few minutes ago, old code, it did say that you cannot name something posthumously after a person until a year after they are deceased. And so I believe, if I remember correctly, the timeline of this is it was originally postponed immediately after Mr. Young's passing in March 2022, and then the naming panel itself did not meet until 2023 in order to be compliant with that code. So I just want to be clear that that was my understanding of what's happened so far. And then I'm looking at this new piece of code that we just passed that is effective immediately that says limit posthumous naming in honor of a person or persons to no earlier than 36 months posthumously. So I also understand that this particular proposal is in the limbo of having started under old code, now is technically under new code. But I think it's important to really dig into this in addition to the other process questions that were raised. And I have some other questions about cost, but I will save those for another point.
Mr. Presverdia?
Thank you. Just one point that I didn't make before. In the whereas, it also states that whereas ports are normatively named after the city where the port is located rather than the state or larger jurisdiction. And I believe what that's arguing is that the name of the port shouldn't be named after the state but the city, and which is not what they're proposing. They're proposing it's named after a person. And a little bit of research will tell you that I couldn't find a port in the United States that was named after a person. So it's not normally named after a person. Most ports throughout the United States are named after a city. And so, and that's where this is true, but it doesn't necessarily bode well for their argument in terms of naming our port after a person. Anyway, I just want to reiterate that I am a process person. I want to make sure we're going through the full process because this is a significant decision. So again, I would just encourage my colleagues to support a postponement, and I'm happy to speak with the members of this panel and learn more about their process and work with them to bring back more information so that we have a full understanding of what the process was. Thank you.
I have both the mayor and Mario Bird who would be speaking on behalf of the mayor. The mayor's already spoken once, so there's only one bite left at the apple for the motion to postpone, so you guys get to pick which one. All right, Mr. Bird on behalf of the mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to note for the record 3 things. Number 1, we did have a municipal attorney present at the naming panel that convened for the second time this past summer. And the purpose of the municipal attorney being present was to make sure that code was followed. Number 2, the 2 appointees from the assembly were very well versed and experienced in this process. Amanda Moser, who's a former deputy clerk, and Aaron Leggett, who's the head of the museum and very active in both the Occludon and the Anchorage community. Number 3, for those who are so concerned about process, Mr. Chair, I think you know, on August 24th, I emailed you and the co-sponsors asking, what is the intent of the assembly? I got a response from you, Mr. Chair. I did not get a response from the co-sponsors. I emailed again on September 7th asking, what's the intent of the assembly regarding the Don Young Port of Anchorage? I heard nothing. Nothing from the co-sponsors until the last 10 minutes. For all that this administration has made in an effort to collaborate with the Assembly, the words of procedure being important ring hollow because of that failure to communicate. And I would like the public to be aware of that. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Just so everybody's really clear, only the assembly can speak on behalf of the assembly. The chair cannot speak on behalf of the assembly. A member can't, but a member who is a sponsor can speak on behalf of their own project. So I just want everyone to know, I don't have the authority to speak on behalf of this body or its will. It speaks as a body.
Mr. Chair, because it was directed at the sponsors, can I respond directly to his comment?
Actually, point of order.
Sure.
Because there are no co-sponsors on
Exactly.
this item.
There are no sponsors. I think he's referring to a previous item in which I was a sponsor of.
Yeah, so I think all of that is in fact true, but rather than letting people jump in, I see her in the queue, but after Mr. Martinez, who has yet to speak. Mr. Martinez, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to speak on in favor of postponing. So I wasn't here a year ago, so let's just be real clear about that. But my question really was around this notion of the best practice being that ports are named after cities. I'm curious about that, considering that we just renamed the port only a handful of years ago after the state, because the intentionality was that we wanted everyone in the state to know how important our port in Anchorage was to everybody. So we wanted everyone to share in the concern. We wanted everyone to, so I just want to be real clear that we are, whatever is the name of the individual, we seem to be going back to calling it the Port of Anchorage. And that seems to be out of step with what this body and the community has already moved toward. And so in that regard, I would love additional clarification on the why and the approach toward that new direction, which is where we were in the past. So I will vote for postponing as well. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else want to speak to the motion to postpone?
Point of information?
Yes, please.
I'm looking at the time and noting that we do need to extend the meeting, and I'm curious how to do that. Should I move to extend?
Yeah, so, right. I just want to speak briefly to the motion that I haven't taken a position on any of this, and the Assembly's strongest power is to take 1 hour and turn it into a month. And so there is no real penalty to waiting for 2 weeks, just let people say what they need to say or think what they need to think, I think is a fair approach. It does not actually speak to the merits of the question. I think they're just an opportunity to answer a few more questions. So I do not predispose a vote no on the broader motion, have any intention of any vote yet. So I just hope members of the administration can forbear just a little bit longer if the vote is affirmative and know that it isn't to the merits, it's to how we get to the merits. So anyone else? Members may proceed to vote. Motion to postpone. Vote of 7 to 5, the motion passes. This item is continued to the next meeting. And is there a motion?
Yep, move to extend till 11:20.
Second.
All right, so there's a motion to extend to 7:20 made by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Walland. 11:20, yeah. I'm ready to go. I'm falling asleep. So is there any objection to the motion? Hearing and seeing none, we are extended to 11:20, not 10:20. So we will continue through our agenda. Hopefully we can get through the must-pass items in the time we have. So the next item we have is item 14E, AO 2023-83, an ordinance of the municipality of Anchorage amending the Anchorage 2040 land use plan map designation from compact mixed-use residential low to compact mixed residential medium for Lot 16A, a subdivision of Lot 16, Section 9, Township 12 North, Range 3 West, Plat 72-153.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing on this item is now open. The long-suffering people who've waited all night to be heard, welcome. You have minutes. Please tell us what part of town you're from and your name. You have the floor.
All right. Hi, good evening. So my name is William Burke. I am a part of the Abbott Loop Community Council, represented by Midtown. So I came here in 2021. Some of you guys were on the assembly back then. Some of you weren't. My wife and I, back then, we bid on 10 houses. Interest rates were at all-time lows. Some of the houses were all cash offers. Some of them were 6, 7, 8, 9 offers on the same house. It was crazy. You know, fast forward to July 2023, home prices are up 5% versus last year. Median price of a home in Anchorage is just under $400,000. On average, it takes about 7 days to sell on the market right now in Anchorage versus 9 days last year. You know, I think this is why we need to look at what we're doing here, right? Mixed residential, medium, and high. I think we need to make housing affordable for all of Alaskans. You know, I feel lucky to be able to have a single-family home, but not everybody can afford 7% interest rates. I think that's what they're at right now. And I was doing the math. If you were to just look at the average price of a house in Anchorage, it's like $2,600, $2,700 a month for a mortgage payment. That's really hard for working families, right? And I think I live like 3 minutes away from this. This is a perfect project. I really hope you guys vote in favor of it. So that's all I got to say. Thank you.
So we have a housing summit at the end of the month. You should check our website out and consider attending. Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Hearing and seeing none, the public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Moved by Ms. Zalatel. I believe the second was for Mr. Volland. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12-0, AO 2023-83 has passed the body. Next we have AO 2023-84, an ordinance amending the zoning map and providing for the rezoning from R2 MSL Mixed Residential District with special limitations to R3 Mixed Residential District for Lot 16A, a subdivision of Lot 16, Section 9, Township 12 North, Range 3 West, Plat 72-153.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Moved by Ms. Zalatil, seconded by Mr. Myers. Any discussion? Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you. I would just like to point out that this item and the previous one goes to show that there is flexibility in our land use plan and that we amend it all the time. Thank you.
Thank you, and that is related to both this and the previous item. Okay, anyone else? Hearing, seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Presverdia?
On a vote of 12-0, item 14F AO 2023-84 has passed the body. Next, we have item 14G, ordinance number AO 2023-86, an ordinance authorizing acquisition of real property as legally described as Lot 30 and 31 of Block 5 and Lot 29 and 30 of Block 11, Laurel Acres Subdivision Plat 71-44 for placement into the Heritage Land Bank inventory. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Cross, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12-0, AO 2023-86 has passed the body. Next, we move into our quasi-judicial items. These items relate to alcohol and marijuana licenses generally, and they're administrative. At some point, members, we should probably, with the new members, have a discussion about what quasi-judicial means, because I don't think we've actually had that discussion. And so, Madam Clerk, we might want to put that on a note for Rules Committee. Anyhow, item 15A, Resolution AR 2023-287, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the transfer of ownership of beverage dispensary license number 4353 with the restaurant designation permit for Oriental Garden LLC, DBA Oriental Garden.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this license? Anyone at all? All right, come on down. Welcome. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name and what part of town you're from. The mic is not on, so if you'll hit the little green or yellow button, there you go.
Ken Fuller, Northeast Community Council area. And I'm the seller of this license to Susan Cho of Oriental Gardens, so if you have any questions. It's been a long process because of the delays in the state. We started this process back in January. We filed it in March, and been 6 months now, and they approved, subject to the municipality assembly and the community council, which we have yet to get in front of. So Susan has operated that license. Well, she has a beer and wine restaurant right now, and this would diversify her income. Previous to COVID, we negotiated, and she backed out because of the pressures of COVID, but she's succeeded in her restaurant, and she runs a good operation, and it'd be a benefit to the area and to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Cross. Any discussion? Okay, hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Okay, on a vote of 12 to 0, AO 2023-287 has passed the body. Next, we have item 14B, Resolution AR 2023-301, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for Hypothermia LLC, a marijuana retail sales establishment with a license number M29084, doing business as Hypothermia.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing on this item is now open. All right, come on down. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name and what part of town you're from. There you go.
My name is Brian Witzke. I go by Bree, she and her pronouns, 13 years, all over Anchorage. My issue is not so much, and I'm not saying anything about this particular retail establishment, even though it's the point. I'm beginning to wonder, I'm sure many others are too, how many retail shops do we need of marijuana and how many locations right now to current estimate, because I can't give you an accurate, there's more pot shops than there are bars, bingo halls, and churches combined. And I understand it brings the city of Anchorage money, but how much money is there going to be made for these individuals at the rate we're going? We might as well just go ahead and go, every other business be a pot shop. And I only bring that up because I'd rather every other business maybe be abandoned so we can take care of our homeless issue. I don't know, something. We don't need more pot shops, but I mean, we need to look at how many permits we're looking at giving these retailers. I drive cab. I don't mind driving 5 minutes away to help a customer get to a pot shop. We don't need to make it 2.5 minutes. Thanks.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, James Thornton, Fairview Community Council. I'm also a licensee in the neighborhood of the same type, and I just wanted to say that as my role as a community council member, Dana's been great. She shows up to the meetings. She has a great neighborhood responsibility plan. She actually came to the neighborhood cleanup. She cares a lot about the issues that Fairview faces, and these types of businesses actually have been proven to make the area that they operate in more safe, as well as help our state. Our state decided that they would not cap licenses. We do have a glut of product, a lot of licensees, and quite frankly, it's pretty noble, I think, to be getting into the industry at this time with the challenges that our industry faces. However, again, the state chose, they put it on us or on the industry or the market to sort itself out. So I just wanted to get up and say that these licenses are held to a very high standard, much higher than even alcohol licenses, which are capped. And as you know, there's you can go anywhere and buy alcohol, pretty much. Cannabis, we do have a lot of licenses, but for good operators, I think that again it cleans up areas, and this area is an area that could use some more responsible stewards. And I'm excited to have another great neighbor in our area, and that's all I have to say. If anybody has any questions.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony. Anyone else? Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Great. Hi, Dana Gilliam, licensee, applicant, and co-owner of Hypothermia. Thank you, Bree, for your concerns. I actually agree with you. There are a lot of retail stores in Anchorage. My store specifically is going to be a little bit different. Right now in Anchorage, there's not a single store who operates a business model that supports only organic living soil grown cultivators, which I am one of. My husband and I own a limited small batch living soil grown cultivation in the valley, and we've been operating for 18 months with no violations and no delinquencies. So we've proven to be very excellent licensees in this industry, and like James said, we are held to a very high standard, which will go above and beyond. And so we urge your support on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? No, at all. Hearing and seeing none. Public hearing is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatil, seconded by Mr. Rivera. I'm going to speak briefly.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Couple of things. The applicant spoke of a limited grow. Anchorage doesn't allow limited grow. She did say she's in the valley, and I really appreciate the model. It's an in-home operation. It's a small scale, done in a way that is very personal, not in any way kind of corporate, and I think it's unusual, and it's definitely, as I said, not allowed. I appreciate the testimony, Bree, but I don't believe there are more pot shops than bars, churches, and bingo halls combined. At least not in my district. And my district has a high number of marijuana licensees. And so I don't think it's quite mathematically there. We did have 2 public comments about this licensee, which is not very common anymore. Most of these slip by without any comment, and both of the comments were from neighbors who believe it wouldn't be a good use in the neighborhood. My experience has been that these operations have substantially changed for the better the properties that they take over. And that has proven to be true in every corner of the district that I serve in. I don't know about the rest of town, but I believe it's generally true. They're taking dilapidated and deteriorated properties and making investments and turning them into job hubs in our community where people are getting employed. And so to the folks in my district who had their complaints, we are always listening. If there are concerns that come from an operation, and there are no grounds to deny this license, so I urge your support. Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. AR 2023-301 has passed on a vote to 12-0. Next, we have on our agenda audience participation. Welcome. You'll have 3 minutes. State your name, what part of town you're from.
Irene Queednell, West Anchorage. In regards to the naming panel through the chair, Mr. Rivera, you said it needs to be diverse. I will hold you to that. So when you not approve nominees that don't align with your political agenda, I will call you out on that. I will tell you that right now. Through the chair to Ms. Bronga, thank you so much for your comments tonight and the questions when the discussion was about the transfer station. I appreciate those. And the same for Member Salt, and I want to make some comments. So when I listened to your discussion, there were points made that we need to, how do we motivate somebody to seek treatment? We need to motivate them. We need to show them that we care. We need to help people to decompress so that they can start transitioning into a better life. We need to triage, and we have to help them, for example, to stay on their meds. And if it weren't so serious, I would be laughing right now, because that is exactly what the Navigation Center is for. It has beds for people to decompress. It has the facilities to connect them to what they need. It has a place where they're respected and treated well, and the triage that you're talking about. And yet this body, not everybody who's on it right now, but this body for 2 years has nixed the Navigation Center. So I don't find that very successful, for a lack of a better word. The other thing I have is you talk about we need low barrier shelters or zero barrier shelters. So we have been housing homeless in hotels. And I will send you an email because I don't have an exact number. I don't even remember where I heard the number. But my question to you is, that's basically a zero barrier shelter. We put them in the hotels because it's too cold outside. What is the amount, the amount of bills that you get every single month for repairs on those places where we house these people in the zero barrier shelter? I have heard that it's over in the tenth of thousands every single month. That is not a very responsible way to spend money of the taxpayer. And like I said, I will send you an email and ask for specific numbers, because I want to know how much we pay for what they have destroyed, because it's a zero barrier shelter. Thank you.
Welcome. Again, please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. It's off. There you go.
Hello, James Thornton again, Fairview Community Council. Call me idealistic, but I believe in goodwill and miracles, and also the power of people to change their stars when given the opportunity. And that's really what we're talking about here with this situation we're faced with the housing and homelessness crisis. We have a Housing First plan. We have identified some sites which we've talked about, since interim chair Quinn Davidson, right, that scattered site plan. I'm not here today to say we just want it out of Fairview, or we don't want it more in Fairview, or we don't want to see a Sullivan Arena situation repeat itself. That's not going to help these folks. I'm saying we need to help these folks. We need a scattered site plan, and right now we have some great traction, it seems like, and yeah, winter's coming again, but hey, we've identified a place. So really this is to the communities out there that are going to have the opportunity to either shut it down, or we really need everyone here to have some faith. That's what's going to get us through this. I know you're scared out there about this coming into your neighborhood, but hold our elected officials accountable, set up some plans like we've always talked about in Fairview, and have some accountability, and we all need to work together. We can't just throw money at this. We need people, and we need people to care about these individuals, and by spreading it out, they'll be less vulnerable to predators and criminals, and that's what we need. And if you shut it down, we'll be right back where we started. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Farnsworth. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name, what part of town you're from.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Gabe Shaddy Farnsworth. I live in Spenard. I'm speaking on behalf of myself as well as in capacity of special representative at the Southwest Mountain States Regional Council of Carpenters and executive board member for United Brotherhood of Carpenters Local 1281. I'd like to start by thanking this body for the work they've done and are continuing to do to address the very real housing crisis in our city and acute lack of available housing inventory, high loan interest rates, rising construction material costs, a long list of other factors are contributing to this complex problem, but you all as members of this body are rising to the challenge. You're taking action where you can. I commend you for that. And through the various mechanisms at your disposal, such as property tax deferral and exemption, permitting process streamlining, land use, zoning simplification, etc., I've watched you, the Assembly, take meaningful action to help get us out of this crisis. And I am watching as an Anchorage homeowner who was born and raised in this community and is now raising 2 young children of my own, who I, of course, want to grow up in this city, that they will one day be proud to make their home. I'm also watching as a construction worker, a carpenter who has personally worked on 2 different multifamily housing construction projects that benefited from these municipal property tax exemptions designed to encourage development and stimulate economic activity by helping these projects pencil for developers. While working on one of these projects, at the time I was employed by a contractor who paid its carpenters substandard wages with no available health care or retirement benefits. I was barely scraping by as a single individual living paycheck to paycheck, and at the time the thought of supporting a family on my meager earnings seemed laughable. On the next one of these projects I worked on, I was employed by a different contractor, one that paid area standard carpenter wages, provided employer-paid health care and retirement benefits, and one that classified me as a carpenter apprentice through a federally registered apprenticeship program. It was while working on this project that I was able to buy my first home in this community, and that my wife and I were able to start our family as she gave birth to our first child. On both of these construction projects, the developer made their profit and the city got its much-needed additional housing units. The only difference was that the general contractor awarded the bid on the second project happened to be a union signatory construction company that pays area standard wages to all carpenter employees on all their projects. But it was that difference that made all the difference for me and my family. Last week, at a Community and Economic Development Committee meeting, you, Chair Constant, asked a question of State Senator Forrest Dunbar, who was presenting on Senate Bill 77. It's a great bill, by the way. I hope that this body supports an ordinance to support it in the state legislature. But anyway, you, Chair Constant, asked the senator, I'm paraphrasing here, but What is the value that we are creating with our tax abatement process here in the municipality beyond just helping millionaire developers make more profits while providing more housing for millionaires? And while I understand and appreciate that your question was driving a desire for a more robust discussion around utilizing this tax exemption lever, so to speak, to maximize the public good by creating more affordable housing, I would like to submit that an additional and very simple way that this body can maximize the public good and provide a multiplier effect to the economic stimulus goals of your efforts here is to attach prevailing wage and apprenticeship utilization requirements to any and all projects
Mr.
applying for
Farnsworth.
municipal property tax deferral or exemption.
I have to interrupt, I'm sorry. I would like to ask unanimous consent. We extend for 3 minutes just to allow this last person to testify. Yeah. Is there any disagreement? I mean, last person.
I got to the end of it.
Yeah, you can go ahead and finish briefly, and then we got to let the gentleman behind you before we adjourn because we're out of time. You have a question?
Yes, I do, and I think just out of respect of time, I'm wondering if you could just email the assembly that statement because it looks like it's a prepared statement so that we can all hear what you had to say.
Yeah, and
Okay.
I'll chat with you after.
What's that?
I look forward to chatting with you after
Okay,
if you'll stick
thanks.
around a few minutes. All right, so welcome. You'll be our last testifier because nobody objected. So you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm William Baxter, and I study a lot of economic books, and I had a instructor tell me I was taking an economics class, and he asked the question, what is the most important thing in the economy? He said, consumer confidence index is the most important thing. And I look at Germany. Germany lost World War I, went through hyperinflation, then lost World War II, and now they're one of the strongest economies, one of the strongest economies in the world. And I think what we need is confidence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, we are adjourned.
Really?
We're out of time.
Did you guys get a copy of it by chance? The only statement I have to say with it is,